Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Erasmus Expeditions. We are here with Act 2 of our Fiasco game, One in the Chamber. We are playing the Boomtown playset from Fiasco Classic. We did the setup as our first session here on the channel. We did Act 1 as our second session, and then this will be Act 2, and we'll also go over the aftermath. So if you are new to Fiasco, I don't know that I would start here, because it's going to be confusing and chaotic. So yeah, start at the beginning. But if you're not new to Fiasco, then welcome. Also, the same warning that I give at the beginning of all of my games is if foul language and mature subject matter are a problem for you, then this is not a good place for you to spend any time on the internet. Particularly this game, it's going to get graphically violent, probably very fast, and there's going to be a lot of cursing, cussing, and spitting and shitting. So,
maybe less shitting than spitting, but you never know.
Maybe marginally.
Never say never.
Yeah.
The night's young, and it is
the
Fiasco.
Night is young.
So
correct. So true.
You never can tell.
True.
Now somebody's going to take it as a challenge.
Man, if I had a nickel.
But Fiasco it's a fiasco. We all know that this is going to go off the rails. It's already started to do so. We did the tilt at the end of last session. So there are two new elements that we're going to try to be working into the game. They are failure. There's a failure. A stupid plan executed to perfection. And then on the other side, guilt. A showdown. So the cards are stacked. Without a doubt. So, what else? I'm going to pass things over to my players so that they can introduce themselves, plug anything that they would like to plug, and then we are going to get started. So, we're going to start with Jason.
Hey, I am Jason Osorio, and again, always happy to be here on the Erasmus Expeditions. I've definitely been playing a lot more with you lately, Jeremy, and I'm very, very happy about that. And yeah, today I will be playing Johnny Valda, who I kind of figure, it's like, what if Dark Urge from Baldur's Gate 3 was Cowboy? Anyway, it's going to be a chaotic, bloody mess, I'm sure. This character is horrific in a variety of ways, and we're gonna kind of see how his story ends, and I'm very eager to see kind of how it pans out. I'll pass it back to Jeremy to pass it on to the next person.
Absolutely, man. Again, every Fiasco game that I've ever played has always kind of gone unhinged in the best way possible, and it's never predictable how it's going to go. but it's always a lot of fun to kind of figure that out together as a group. And I'm really happy that that you're a part of that, Jason. Thank you. Next up is Sara.
Hi, everybody. I'm Sara, AlicexAnn on all of the socials. I'm very excited to finish this off today. I can't wait to see where this goes. I hope somebody murders Lydia. Please. This would be funny for me. I'm excited. I'm always happy to be here. I love being with Jeremy and all the different people, but especially Cari and Kaeryn and Jason and Chad. I love everybody here. I'm super excited for today. I can't wait to see what happens.
Yeah, very much the same. It's like somebody lit a fuse on a powder keg and then is just like has the camera focused on the fuse, just sizzling down. Yeah, this game's this game is incredible. I love what it does as a narrative-focused, story-driven game. Okay, next up is Kaeryn.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kaeryn, otherwise known as Myth and Gears. Yeah, I'm so excited for this. I have been thinking about this for well, since Act 1 ended, so I cannot wait for the chaos to ensue this session. I mean, we had so much last session. I can't imagine how we could top it, but I trust we can. So
There you go.
This is going to
So
be
true.
amazing, and I cannot wait for this to happen.
Yeah, I think it's been, what, 2 weweeks, give or take, since we
It's
played Act
been
1?
too
Close to that.
long.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that fuse has been sizzling for a very long time. But yeah, you know, it helps build up the anticipation.
Haitian.
Exactly. Which is never a bad thing. All right. Next up is Cari.
I'm sorry. My cat I have one clumsy cat and one normal cat, and the clumsy cat just took a fucking digger off of my desk, and it was kind of funny.
No.
So she's fine. My name's Cari. I'm super excited to be here. I always love playing Fiasco, and I especially always love playing on the Erasmus Expeditions. I today am playing Annabelle Cook, with an E or without an E, depending on who you talk to. And I am playing Jeremy's sister, and she is not afraid of any of these scary bitches, and we'll see if that pans out for her. So heck yeah, let's go. I feel like she's like, as I was watching back, I watched this back several times because I had a lot of like long car rides between our last session and this session, and like I feel like I'm making Annabelle a better person than I intended her to be. Like I expected her to just be a total piece of shit, and she's like kind of not. I think that's just me.
It's a sliding scale of shittiness.
That's my leaning. Correct. I'm like, I think
Buford's
probably the best person in this game, or maybe Temperance, then Buford, then I think Annabelle's probably a healthy third.
Yeah, it's always a lot of fun to play people who are kind of morally gray, especially in Fiasco. Fiasco just begs for that kind of a character.
Yes.
Again, you know, what is the tagline? A game of powerful ambition and impulse control. I think it's a perfectly succinct way to like sum up Fiasco characters. Big plans and not the big brains to follow through with them usually.
Correct.
Yeah, I'm super excited. Chad is our final player. Hopefully he will be here before too much longer, but I think we are going to go ahead and get things started. But before we do, I'm going to just kind of go over briefly what Act 2 looks like and what the differences are between that and Act 1. First and foremost, the tilt is now on the table. So these are further elements to help work into the scenes and the progression of the story, in addition to the relationships, the locations, the needs, and the objects that we have already kind of established. It is intended that it tilts everything on its head. That's why it's called that. So make sure to try to work those in and let the chaos ensue. So we're going to have 2 scenes per character, the same way that we did in Act 1. We're going to go around the circle, and you only get 2 for the second act, so make them count. The difference is that in the second act, instead of giving the die that your character earns away, you're going to keep it for yourself this time.
Nice. Now we're playing to win.
Exactly.
Sorry.
But the scenes are set up the same way. Every time it becomes your character's turn, you should either choose to establish the scene or resolve the scene. Same as in Act 1. If you establish, then we get to resolve. If you decide to resolve, then we get to establish. At the end of the scene, positive outcome for your character translates to a white die. A negative outcome for your character translates to a black die. At the end, you will roll all of the dice that you have accumulated throughout the entire game, and you're going to take the difference between them. So you're going to subtract the smaller number from the bigger number, and then that'll give you a total. And depending on what your high die is, white or black, will determine some outcomes. So, anything else? Just remember, again, you only get 2 scenes for your character, so whenever it is your character's turn, your character should be the spotlight character. Like, it should be about them. Anybody else in the scene is merely there to support your character's scene. So, yeah, help each other out.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the intent during Act 1 as well? Because I know we got a little bit loosey-goosey with who's like the spotlight person last time around. Do you want
that should be the intent throughout the whole game
this time?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. So let's lock
so absolutely the same kinds of scenes that we had in Act 1 are perfectly fine.
Okay. Oh, good.
Just just keep it in mind that whenever it's your scene, like, you should be the one who's front and center of what's going on, or it should compel their story forward in some way.
Sounds good.
Thank
you.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's everything that I can think of.
Somebody drop the playlist again in the chat.
Absolutely will.
Thank you.
It should be pinned in the YouTube chat as well. If anybody who's watching the YouTubes.
I'm afraid I'm going to open a paradox if I open up the YouTube right now.
Oh no, you're good.
Get a little nervous.
Good. Okay. That should be sent. I think we have everything that we need to start other than Chad. But we're going to go ahead and get started because, just like in Act 1, the person who goes first is the person who grew up in the smallest town. So unless that's changed somehow from last time, that's you, Sarah.
Damn it. I think I did. I'm trying to remember what I did last time now. My brain.
When last we saw Lydia, she was on her way out into the desert with Johnny Velda to see his gang and prove herself amongst their ranks.
Not wrong.
How evil can she be? Let's find out.
I actually think that I would like to, I guess it would be establish a flashback.
Absolutely.
I know that's what I started with the last game too.
And not a problem with that. There's a lot of context.
But I actually want to do one with Cullen.
Okay. Oh yeah.
Cool.
Basically more so to see like how they got into this together and maybe even figure out why he's kind of like freaked out by her.
Okay.
So that's what I would like to do.
So where do you see this taking place? Where's this at?
I imagine that this is maybe
in the brothel.
I was about to say in the brothel because that's where she stays.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Works for me.
Um,
Maybe to change it up. Maybe this is like at night, since we've already seen the brothel like in the morning at the very least.
that's what I was
So.
thinking. At night, maybe it's even after Johnny has introduced us.
Okay.
And
maybe I'm
maybe
coming there for some kind of dispute, some kind of issue that's like come up in the middle of business at the brothel house.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Where do we find Lydia in the brothel?
She is actually going to be sitting right at the bar with a nice drink in her hand, swirling it around a little. More so, she's facing what would be the like the shelves that are just filled with liquor and everything else. But you can very much tell that she's just listening to everything going on around her.
Okay. I think Cullen walks in, and I think it's immediately evident that he's uncomfortable here. And he kind of stops just inside the door and kind of reaches for his hat and takes it off and holds it kind of in front of him. And he's kind of trying to avoid looking directly at any of the people who work here.
Mm.
He just kind of like clears his throat as loud as he can.
And she turns and she kind of presses the glass against her cheek as she looks over. Don't be shy. Would you rather talk here or talk somewhere else? You look a little tight. I bet I could find somebody for you. Just rub that out a little bit.
No, ma'am. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Just stress of the day is all.
Did you need
was
something?
There was a complaint? Some kind of tussle?
Isn't there always a tussle?
Well, he blushes. No, not in that sense, ma'am. Violence, I believe, was called upon. Is there something I can do?
I mean, do you see anybody tussling here?
He kind of looks around the room like for the first time.
No, ma'am, I don't.
Where did you hear about this tussling at?
Well, there's a drunkard picked up off the street about an hour ago. When it finally kind of came to, he said he got into a fight down here.
There was a little bit of I wouldn't exactly call it a fight, though. He kind of lost real quick.
He was fighting with you?
No, not with me. No, heavens, no. Absolutely not. He'd have lost and he wouldn't have been able to get picked up. But no. You could talk to my dear friend right there. And she actually points to like the bouncer that's just kind of like standing nearby.
He kind of looks in his direction, just kind of gives him a little bit of a nod.
Well, if you got things under control in hand here, then maybe I'll just be on my way.
You don't have to leave just yet. You know, I could walk you back home. Streets are quite dangerous at night.
Yes, ma'am. They are. If you insist, then suppose we could talk a little.
Perfect. And she slams back her drink before she steps off of the stool and straightens herself out. And then she just walks right past you and out the door.
He'll follow. At some point, he'll kind of just venture, puts his hat back on.
You sure Johnny's not gonna mind?
Well, why would Johnny mind?
I just assume that he and you. Oh, forgive me.
No. I mean, not yet anyway. Would I mind? Probably not. But no. We're partners.
Partners? Partners how? If you don't mind me asking, if it's not too forward.
He is a work colleague, so to speak.
Johnny turning tricks at the brothel?
Oh.
He's
I
very
mean-
interactive.
I mean, he could definitely earn some money. But no.
Oh.
More of a security measure. He helps with security.
I see. He never mentioned that. Then again, he does tend to keep to himself.
He very much does. He and the Lord have much to discuss.
You have noticed that as well. He is a very devout man.
He is a very devout man. I have been working with him for some time now. Occasionally he can get me into the church, but
I suppose of all the things that people cling to when they move out here, piety is probably one of the better things.
probably. It's probably a good thing to have that kind of thing around here.
Well, much smaller world than I thought.
Small worlds.
What exactly brought you to abandon Miss Carlisle?
Something new.
Something new can be nice.
Exactly.
Maybe if you're running from something bad or
Oh no.
something scary.
Nah. Ain't running from anything. I just wanted to earn enough money to help set my daddy and my sister up, make sure the farm was okay. I just happened to like it here.
Abandon is that kind of place. People tend to end up here and never leave it again.
Mm-hmm. So I have heard.
Kind of like a fishing net, I suppose.
Get a lot of fish here.
Well, no, ma'am. Not a lot. It's a small pond, but I like to know what it's stocked with.
That is very smart. You never know what lurks in the deep end.
Very true. Like I said, a lot of people that come out here trying to get rid of something old, looking for something new. In my experience,
certainly was.
Sometimes the old comes looking for you.
It could. You're not wrong. But unless my daddy and my sister don't enjoy having their farm paid for, I think I'll be fine.
Well, I definitely don't mean to make you feel unwelcome. I just gotta ask these kinds of questions.
Oh, you are perfectly fine. I understand you being the sheriff and all. I understand that you need to know the people who live in your town.
Yes, ma'am, it certainly helps. Well, this is me right here at the end of the path.
Oh, okay. I'll make my way back then. You have a wonderful night, Sheriff. And if you need anything, you just let me know. I can get you a good discount.
There's a punch card.
Frequent flyer miles.
Well, I certainly do appreciate it, Miss Carlisle. You have a pleasant evening.
You as well.
He tips his hat. And he'll turn and walk up the path towards his house.
And she will turn and walk back towards the brothel.
Okay, gang.
Dude.
What do we think?
Dude.
How'd that go for Lydia?
It seemed to go pretty well. I thought.
Yeah,
would
I
have to
think that's a
agree.
white die for Lydia.
I'm thinking white die. Yeah.
She's
I
kind
would
of,
have
I
to
feel like
agree.
she's like sizing Cullen up, and she did that. Mission accomplished.
Yes.
And I would say that Cullen was none the wiser. Just
Yeah, probably.
Her being up to
He
no
was
good.
too busy not making eye contact with
Yep.
the prostitutes.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Got him
With
off
all of
balance
the
and off kilter.
prostitutes.
Mm-hmm. And I feel like her inviting him there was an intentional choice. Like she could have met him in the saloon. She could have met him anywhere, but like it was I
It was
think, a
very much
purposeful
intentional.
choice from Lydia.
Absolutely. To get an edge on him. Absolutely.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Not
Yeah.
home court advantage.
I was
I
going to say that's
definitely-
called playing a savior. She invites him to a place that makes him very uncomfortable and then tells him, hey, we can go somewhere else.
Yeah.
I see that this makes you uncomfortable.
Yes.
Nice.
Manipulation.
Oh,
Wonderful.
Manipulation.
Amazing, dude.
Yeah. I don't think Cullen is full out, like, against the idea. But I think I have something cooking that I hadn't planned for him, so maybe we'll touch on that later.
Nice.
All right. Next up is Kaeryn. Kaeryn, do you want to establish or do you want to resolve? she's been sitting on this. She's
I
ready.
texted this to Sara as soon as she said what she wanted to do, because apparently our brains are like insane.
we are mind melded.
Okay.
Because I wanted to
Hell yeah.
establish a flashback scene with Cullen.
Oh my god.
You're so popular.
Oh, God. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Do it.
And in fact, I was going to do it in the brothel, but we're going to change that up a little bit because we just did that. so-
Wow.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's
Man.
like when you copy somebody's homework and you're like,
Samesies.
but dude, you got to make it look different so we don't get caught.
Exactly, right?
You should
Not
have
in the
Fiasco
brothel,
wearing the
it's in
same
the-
outfit.
So yeah, I'd like to establish a flashback scene with Cullen in I'd like to do it during the day in a safe spot.
Safe spot.
I think if you don't mind,
Ooh.
it would be at Cullen's place.
At his house?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Sure. During the daytime at his house. Okay.
Making sure, I think it's at one of the times when maybe like Johnny is like looking over the jail cell.
Right. Absolutely. Okay, I imagine he's probably sitting on his front porch, I would imagine. With maybe a glass of lemonade and a hand-rolled cigarette, and he's just sitting there again with his boots kind of crossed on the banister, with his chair kind of leaned back against the wall, kind of watching what he can see of abandoned from here.
Yeah, I think Temperance kind of walks up kind of the road towards Cullen's place, and then kind of maybe just stops just outside, I don't know, like the fence and picket area that, leading up into your property.
I think at one time it might have been like a nice white picket fence, but it's definitely seen better days, and the gate's a little crooked.
yeah, everything's about abandoned is pretty much a little broken, right?
Right.
So I think I think as she puts her hand on the gate, which is like probably half already falling off, it's going to drag, right? She's like, good morning, Sheriff. Do you mind if I have a word?
At this point, your name is Jones?
Yes.
Okay.
No.
No.
Sorry,
is-
timeline. This is a few months after Lydia and Temperance has gotten married.
Okay. Mrs. Carlisle, he says as he kind of like realizes that you've shown up. He hops up and kind of starts moseying towards the gate to help you open it, because it's one of those things where there's only like one particular way that it works. So he has to kind of like lean on part of it and like open it.
Please, come on in. Would you like some lemonade?
Yes, in fact, I would, Sheriff.
Oh, I'll bet you a glass.
And I think Temperance is kind of looking nervous. She's kind of like maybe wringing her hands a little bit, like she's got something big and weighty on her shoulders that she wants to talk to him about. And I think she sits down waiting for him to come back with the lemonade. If you will, she's kind of like probably all prim and proper, hands resting in her lap, kind of rubbing her knuckles as she's very nervous.
I think there's probably like a second chair. It's probably like a rocking chair, and it's definitely not. It's like mismatched with the other chair that he was sitting in, and you can hear him kind of like moving around inside, clinking glass and stuff, and eventually he comes out with another glass and pours it from the pitcher that was sitting on the small table and hands it to you.
I just put some ice in the pitcher, so it should be nice and cold.
Temperance reaches for the glass, and I think it's an accidental, but her hand like brushes your hand as she's grabbing the glass, and it's kind of like, oh, thank you, Sheriff.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
He kind of like moves over to the chair and sits back down. It's obvious that he can tell that something is wrong, but it's almost like he's afraid to even ask.
And I think the silence probably drags out a little bit, like, so it's very awkward because Temperance is like, she's wanting to say something, but obviously doesn't know how to say it. And then, she takes a sip of her lemonade, just sits there and maybe takes another sip. And it's probably getting extremely awkward when she finally just...
Nice weather we're having.
Do you like weather?
Yeah. She takes another sip and just kind of looks down at the ground and then puts the glass on the side table there, and then turns to Cullen. Sheriff.
Yes, ma'am.
I have something of yours.
Something of mine?
Yeah,
He's
and then
very confused.
Yeah, she's seeing that you're confused, and she's still, doing the whole not sure what's going on here thing. She starts to reach into her bodice, and it's kind of like rooting around first.
He finds something else to look at. He looks away.
And when he looks away, there's a slight little smile that appears on Temperance's face before she goes back into her nervous face again. And she pulls out this kind of a crumpled paper. It looks like some sort of letter, maybe. And she puts it on the side table between them. I must apologize. I read this. It was mistakenly delivered to me.
The post does get things wrong time to time.
Kind of reaches down and picks it up, almost like he's afraid to to handle it too much, knowing where it's been.
Perfect. And I think as
Um,
he like gingerly is opening it, the first thing you recognize is that this is your father's script.
um,
And as you start to read, this is the letter he wrote to you that you never got.
Oh.
oh wow. Okay. The counterpart to the one that Annabelle got. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
This is when this scene is taking place. Is this before he met with Annabelle?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Oh God, you just made him out to be a lying sack of
Man.
shit, Kaeryn. God damn you, Kaeryn.
Okay.
God damn you. You're incredible.
So he takes
RP
this
sniper, bro, for real.
and he reads through it.
Pa, pa. Wow.
Kind of takes a moment. It does take him a long while to read it, just like the
He's
the
dyslexic
second time.
before it was a thing.
Yeah. And he finishes.
I can't believe he's dead.
I'm sorry to be the, I guess, bearer of bad news. Oh.
Well, I mean, I ain't seen him in a while. Not exactly on the best terms. We never were all that affectionate. This letter is very out of character for him.
I do want to reassure you that I have no designs upon anything that I read in there. I will not remember, if you will, what was written in this letter. But I do ask for your help.
She knows about it. Oh my God.
I certainly do appreciate your candor with the contents of my father's letter. I do ask that in particular maybe you don't mention anything about it to your wife.
No, in fact, my wife is why I'm asking for help from you.
Kind of sets the glass of lemonade down.
And at this point, Temperance is now looking out, making sure there's nobody around. And she's not giving you eye contact. That woman is not who she says she is. She's already married. And it wasn't to me. Or you're muted.
Well, it's fine. I'm quiet anyways.
My voice box got cut. I don't know if I mentioned that.
I thought he was just having an inner monologue. You know?
That too. I'm preparing, getting ready for what I'm going to say. It's a practice run. He said,
Well, as shocking as it might be, she's not the first one to come to abandon with that particular kind of baggage. There are some people that come out here to escape all kinds of things, and previous marriages is not unheard of.
And then Temperance just kind of looks at you directly. But what does that mean for me? And that's not the only thing. And that woman talks in her sleep. But there is something going on with her and Johnny. And I need out.
something going on between her and Johnny. I've always suspected, but these kinds of matters, in my experience, are usually best handled at home. I don't know, getting the law involved is really my place, if you don't mind me saying.
I do believe we have a misunderstanding here. I mean, maybe she's got a thing for Johnny. I don't care. They're planning something. I don't know what it is quite yet, but they're planning something. And whatever it is, there's no place for me in it. What I do know is this man she's married to, this Buford, she keeps calling his name out in her sleep. I want to bring him here. What I know is that regardless if she's in love with me, in love with him, in love with both of us, or in love with neither of us, what I do know is she's very jealous. And what she thinks is hers, nobody better take it. So what I want to do is get close to this man. And if I do such things, I know she will flip out. She'll probably burn our place down. I don't know. But she's crazy. And I'm going to need your help.
Colin looks very perplexed, very overwhelmed by all of this information at the same time. He kind of looks down at the kind of the worn spot of his porch where his feet typically are.
What exactly is it you need me to do, Temperance?
I need you to protect me. I need you to get me out of here when things blow up. I need you to have my back. And I need you to be wary of Johnny and Lydia and find out what they're planning.
All right. And I suppose in exchange for this help is the discretion about what the contents of my father's letter has.
What letter?
Nice.
He nods.
Let me get you some more lemonade.
He reaches over and refills your glass.
God damn you, Kaeryn. Holy
Well
shit.
done.
Jeremy, if you invite me again, let me go before Kaeryn, please. This is
Oh my god.
fuck me. Wow.
Yeah.
No
did
pressure
not-
to
That
the
was
guy
good.
that was late.
I did,
Hope you
I did
figured
not
out
see it going that
everything
way.
in that time. Good luck.
Yeah. I hate it. Thanks,
You're gonna do
Kaeryn.
great.
I love you so
Kaeryn,
much.
well
Okay.
done, dude. Well done. As
Oh
always.
man.
So Kaeryn established. So now we need to decide how that went for Temperance.
White die,
White,
obviously.
yeah.
Yeah,
I think
Yeah.
a white die is absolutely called for. I
I feel
would
like,
agree.
yeah, there's a lot of white dice out there because we were a little bit mean to each other in Act 1, I find. So,
The meaner the better in Act 1. That's
yeah. That's
goes,
true.
right?
That's true. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Soften the blow here.
Move that up
Mhm.
there. Be
Oh, Buford.
assigned.
Bassett.
Okay.
Okie dokie, everybody. Here goes nothing.
Buford. Chadley, welcome to the game.
Hello.
Officially.
Hello.
Hello.
Um,
Do you,
You want to
want
have Chad do a quick intro real quick before he goes? before he
Absolutely,
takes his
Chad.
turn?
Go for it.
Sure, buddy.
Say hi to the people.
Hi, everybody. My name is Chad. You're familiar with me on this channel, so I won't bore you anymore with any of that stuff. But I am on MTD every Thursday, and then on here as often as I humanly can be. Erasmus is like my home away from home, and Jeremy is unofficially my brother from another mother, and will always be. So anytime he ever asks me to come play a game, I'm always game for it. I love Fiasco. I love this game, and I play a Buford Bassett, a well, a forlorn man with a heart of gold that's about to whoop some ass, y'all. It's about to happen.
You had enough.
I've had enough of your comeuppance, sir. You're
Get up
about
to
to
here.
get a.
I think I've had enough.
I've had enough of your shenanigans. Now you're about to get a whole can of the whoop ass.
Incredible.
Pickled
So
bullets.
So
on that
with
note,
that,
Pickle
Buford,
bullets.
pickle
Pickle
bullets and
bullets.
all. Let's dive in. I would like to do a bit of a half and half. It's a little weird, but I have a preface of where I'm going with it. So
I make my white Russians with half and half.
yeah, so what I'm going to do is I'd like to do partial flashback, partial current. So there's going to
Ooh.
be kind of a flip-flop between.
But you
I'm
are
gonna
establishing.
yeah, but I want to establish. And then
Yep, just clarify on that.
partly I want to have temperance in part of the current day scene. And then I would like to have Lydia in the flashback sequence. Because basically what you're gonna see is I'd like to there's portions that I want to deal with temperance in current day, and there's portions that I want to deal with Lydia at like wedding kind of times, or like in between like our relationship life together before everything kind of went to shit kind of deal. Those are the two sides that I want to play, and then we'll see where all the seeds go from there. So
You're starting with contemporary?
Yeah, starting with contemporary, because I like the idea of waking. So the idea is we are at, obviously the farmhouse is burnt down. We don't have that to go back to right now, but we do have, I want to say that there's another inn or a bed and breakfast somewhere in Abandon, and it's called Hope's Last Respite.
Oh,
so it's like, it's just a little mom and pop bed and breakfast that's like right on the outside edge of Abandon. And like, it's the two of them waking up in the morning, and pretty much Buford locking into what I'll say is akin to like the John Wick moment. Like, you know, where like, he's like, all right, I woke up, time to be a badass. Click in, go.
You chose violence today.
I chose violence because someone chose violence against me and the person that I love. So it's like he wakes up, and you watch as he like looks over, and there's that like shot of the sun just gently pouring in through the outside window, and it's like kind of cascading over Temperance. And there's just this peace that comes over him seeing that. For just a moment, he sees like a life that feels good, a life that feels like has potential. Something is here, something is tangible, and I'm not being abused by this person. So I want to protect this person at all costs. So you watch as he like kisses her forehead and lets her sleep, doesn't even wake her up. But you watch as he like gets up, he pulls on his pants, tightens his belt, and then he goes to a trunk. The trunk that was in the carriage, there's like a steamer trunk at the bottom of the bed. He slides it out, and inside the steamer trunk, there's like a small case that inside has two silver-lined revolvers in them with like bullet casings. And he has taken to obviously swapping these bullets that are in the case. He doesn't take those. He takes the bullets from the jar and like starts loading them into the gun, locking it in. And there's this whole sequence where we watch him getting dressed in front of a stand-up mirror, but it's like him getting dressed for battle, like him getting dressed for this ultimate altercation. But there's like a switch and a flip that we watch in this moment as that persona, the altercation persona, switches to a man who is now tying his bow tie the day of his wedding.
Oh
right?
God, dude.
Well, I think I look pretty nice, don't you think? And like one of his cousins or whoever it is, you look absolutely fabulous, Buford. Absolutely fabulous. She'll be honored to have you. Well, I don't know, man. I just think then. And then eventually you watch as a larger, like a very, I would almost say like kingpin level large. He's a very large and, robust man comes into the door, and it's his father. It is Reginald Bassett, the owner of Bassett Ballistics. He goes, son, why are you so nervous? Well, Pa, it's my first marriage, and I want to do right by her, and I fell in love with her, and I think she's the absolute most beautiful lady I've ever met. Sentimentality will only get you so far, son. Now, do yourself a favor. Does she come from a wealthy family? Well, as far as I know, no, sir. She don't come from no wealthy family, but I know you meant for me to marry into established wealth or whatnot, but I think that we can build something, sir. I think we can build something. Well, then I trust you, son. I trust you, but do yourself a favor. Protect yourself at all costs. If at any time you feel like she's getting squirrely out there, you run away as soon as possible. But do know this: if she runs from you, well, you're gonna have to track her down, because she could come back and ask for money, property, any sorts of things. And the last thing you want is for somebody to take everything you got. You understand? Yes, sir, I do. All right. Well, he kind of tightens the bow tie. You look as nice as ever, son. Now, I'll go down there and walk you out, and then we'll get you going. And he starts to lead him out. And as they go out to the doors to go to the wedding portion, we go back to current day. And I think that's where we're going to have this conversation between Temperance and Buford for the moment.
Goddamn.
Temperance is just now waking up. Buford is almost in his full like battle regalia. And he goes, "Oh, hey, I didn't mean to wake you. I hope all my rattling and stuff didn't bother you too much.
Rattle.
I'm just sort of, that tomorrow's going to be a hell of a day, and well, I don't want to see you get hurt, Tempe."
I think she's, as he's been talking, she's been gathering kind of like the sheet from the bed and is pulling it around her and standing up and then going over to where he's at. And she just looks up at him. Her eyes are like filled with love. And she's just helping him with the bow tie. You don't have to do this. We could just leave.
We could. You're right. But he sort of like he sort of sighs, and then he sits you down on the side of the bed. Tempe, I got a problem with people who
who take advantage of other people, who hurt other people, lie to other people. I got a real problem with that. See, as for as nice as my pappy was to me growing up, he had very sharp expectations of the kind of man that I was to become. And, well, I just can't tolerate nobody abusing people that they love, you know? And he kind of pats your hand softly. He goes, and on that note, I think I need to tell you a secret that I've been holding for a while now. And if I'm going to be honest with you going forward and honest with our future, I should be honest now.
I think Tempe just puts her other hand upon the hand that you've got on her hand,
Yeah.
and just looks up at you.
Yeah. And then there's this moment where we then, again, we flash from that. We stop right here. We flash back to the wedding happens. I'm not going to go through that, but the wedding happens. So now we've flashed forward a little bit to like first year farmhouse with Lydia.
Awesome.
And we see that their life, as much as Buford is trying to make Lydia happy, they have a wonderful farmhouse. Everything that they could want in like 1800s-esque, like Wild West town, is fully available to them in a place called Hope Springs. And for him, they have reached the epitome of what is available. But everyone in the town can constantly hear arguments happening in that house. As often as possible, there is constantly an argument happening, and it typically is because Buford's standards don't meet what Lydia's standards are, or her desires and wants. So often you hear the conversation of, you're entrapping me, you're keeping me here, I want to go, I want to be free, I want to fly. And he's like, I'm not doing any of that. I don't know what is happening. But what's interesting is you find that every now and then there are those pockets of them trying to put things together. So I think there's this moment where we're going to be in our kitchen. Sarah, we're going to be in our kitchen, and there will be like an argument that then leads to resolve. And then I'm going to go back to Kaeryn. Okay. I don't understand what you want, Liddy. I got you our farm. We got horses. We've done everything. I've done every single thing in my power to make you the happiest lady I could have ever had. So I don't know what you want from me. What do you mean you feel trapped here? I ain't some bandit holding you hostage in a tower.
You watch as Lydia, she's listening to you, and this is an argument that we constantly have, and her hands are just wringing this rag, because I imagine she's probably washing dishes, and maybe they're even doing it together, like he's drying and she's washing, and you just see the tension and the irritation from the way that she wrings this rag. And she takes a moment. Buford, you have given me many things. I know you have. Horses, this house. I want to go out there. I do not know how to make this more understandable for you. You can come with me. We can go. We can do things. Why
But
can't we just go and travel and
we can't. I'm not holding, like I said, I'm not holding us hostage. We can travel, but this here, right here, this is our home.
why
We
does
can
this have
travel.
to be our home? Why can't we find somewhere else to just lay our heads?
Liddy, this is our family land. Like,
This
Daddy
is
gave,
your family land. This ain't
yeah,
mine.
and Daddy gave me this.
You
This is
should be able to do something on your own.
Well, I know that, but I mean,
You will not always be able to rely on your daddy.
I know that, Liddy. I'm very aware that I'm not always going to be able to rely on Dad. And that someday I'm going to have to make my own on my own. I'm very aware of that.
Then why can't we start now? Just you and me.
I don't know. I'm afraid. What, you want me to say it? I'm afraid. I'm
What are you
afraid.
afraid of?
Liddy Mae, there is a large amount of people in this world that are violent and unscrupulous and are mean and ornery and horrible. And if I let you and me go out into that there wild west wilderness, by God, we might not make it back, Con.
We will. We will. My beauty beau. You know where I come from.
I know.
I was fighting Indians and I was fighting wolves and I was fighting everything. If anything,
Wild
I
women
can
of
protect
prairies.
us.
Yeah, I know. I
just want you to come with me.
Yeah, he kind of like ridges. He goes, Liddy, there's things I want to tell you. There's things I didn't say. There's so many things that I feel like I can't tell you because you constantly tell me that I ain't good enough.
What do you want to tell me?
He kind of in that moment in this argument, I think in this timeline, I feel like he freezes up. He can't say the things that he wants to say. So he just resolves himself to dropping back. And then we now, as again, I'm so sorry for doing this back and forth, but I feel like this just
I
fits
like the
very
back and forth.
great.
It's good.
It's
So-
really
so
good.
we drop right here. What do you? She goes, "What do you want to tell
No,
me?"
it's great. It's great. Dude, keep doing it.
What do you want to tell me? And then that's when we flip back to
I'm shaking.
Temperance. Okay.
Oh.
And he goes,
Tempe, I gotta be honest with you. If you're willing to hear it, I need you to know.
and he kind of like looks himself in the mirror and he kind of takes a deep breath.
For a long time in my life, I was told by so many people that I wasn't going to amount to nothing. I was the last born son and the runt of my family, and that I wasn't going to get nothing from nobody unless I made my own way in the world. And, well, you know, after so long, so many years of abuse, you just sort of start feeling like you are the runt and that you are the sort of fella that don't deserve much in life, you know. And but I don't think it's fair to you to not tell you who I truly am, you know. Feel like there's and you watch as he sort of stands up, and then he actually gets down on one knee. He goes, and you watch in that moment as his voice changes. It is not the voice of a man who is like a whistling, timid sort of man. You watch as his voice changes very similarly to his father's, something deeper and something raspier and something like more gravelly. He says, Temperance Jones, I've been holding on to this secret for far too long. Yes, my name is Buford Bassett. I did not lie about that. It is entirely true. When I met Liddy May, I was around my father and brothers and her and all of these people who made me feel like I was less than a man. You were the first person in my entire life who has ever, well, hell, taken a bullet for me. You saved me, Impy. And, well, by gum, if I know we just met, and I know it's entirely improprietous for me to sit here and ask you for any of this, so I won't ask you that question yet. But
Oh my God.
If
my
we
God.
are to leave, abandon, and if we truthfully survive all this, well, I'd very much like for you to well, I'd like to take your hand, if you don't mind, and I'd like you to be Mrs. Bassett, if that suits you in any way, shape, or form. But I will not press until we are safe. I have to make sure that Liddy and Johnny, I have to make sure that they are out of the picture before I can continue on. But I just felt like you needed to know that. And as far as everyone else in the town is concerned, you will hear me drop back into my old voice, specifically so that no one draws any conclusions. They can't, at least not now, not until all this is done.
I think there's through this entire speech, like Temperance has gone from anxiously awaiting what this secret is going to be, knowing all the secrets she learned over these past few months, just kind of like the anxiousness, then kind of disappearing into like confusion and then finally settling into like realization of what he's actually saying to her at this moment. And I think in that moment, especially like when you started talking in this new voice, like her heart fluttered. And when you finish talking, I think she doesn't really say anything at the moment, except that she kind of collapses down. Like she's looking down at you at this moment because you're like kneeling up while she's sitting on the bed. And she just kind of falls onto you, give you the biggest hug. And then without Henry saying anything, she just kind of reaches up, grabs your face with both of her hands, and then plants the most, I think, passionate kiss that either of them have ever experienced.
Oh,
Perfect.
someone's voice is about to go
There's
down another octave. God damn.
yeah, there's
Third puberty.
third puberty.
Third puberty.
And then I think that's perfect. I think in the way that this then sort of transpires, because we then kind of cut to two segments. We watch Buford having to deal with Liddy May, and on the day that Liddy May leaves, right? He's watching your horse. He didn't even know you left. He just watches your horse ride off. And there's that note on the kitchen table for him from you,
Ooh.
but nothing else, right? And then again, we flash back to present, but this time it's Buford getting on a horse, loaded with long-range rifle, 2 pistols, everything that a man who is going to murder the people who have done him wrong are ready to do. And I imagine he's holding a hand down to Temperance, and he goes, "Do you want to come for this, or do you want me to go alone?"
Buford, I'm with you. I will be by your side. Always.
Right then. And then he'll unsling the long range rifle off of his back and hand it to you, and then allow you to sit side saddle as like behind him as we now take off toward the morning sun, as vengeance is in his eyes and he knows what he's gonna do. He just didn't really want to take you unless you wanted to go. So the fact that you're willing to go and you're willing to put yourself in harm's way, that makes him just even more elated that like this was the right choice that he made. So now off they ride into the sun, like into the morning sun, off to try to go to this train that supposedly is going to be where Johnny and Lydia are going to be.
Okay.
God damn. Jesus Christ. White for Buford. White
yeah,
also for Buford as
white,
well.
I think. We're going to run out of white dice at this point.
Give him that white die because
I'm about to do something stupid, so don't worry.
This is
don't worry.
No, I'm not worried in the least.
Buford deserves a happy ending. All the white dice for Buford. Oh
Listen,
my
man,
god.
This is abandoned.
I was like, I could just have him carry on this like
no
quirky voice the whole way through, and that would just totally been like a wonderful Don Knotts level, like campy, funny comedy level thing. But then I was like, no, it totally makes sense that the whole reason why he's mousy and shaky and like has that sort of rasp is because his dad made him feel bad about things.
Yeah.
His brothers made him feel bad about things. His new wife made him feel bad about himself. He had no confidence. And so the first person who he meets that gives him any sort of like realization is Temperance, that like he can be this guy. So he's like, okay, I don't have to hide it anymore. I don't have to pretend to be this mousy little man anymore. I get to be this dude.
I won't make myself small again for anyone.
Exactly. For anybody.
I am not gonna be put in a box.
No, I'm fucking here for it. But I do think he's gonna die.
Maybe.
But...
You'll know.
We'll have to see. Again, there's no telling.
Who could say?
Fantastic, man. Okay. Cari, next up. Do you want to establish or do you want to resolve?
I will establish.
Okay.
So this is Annabelle. I think when we last saw her, she was kind of shuffling to bed in Cullen's house. She does not sleep well at all that night after their discussion and just the consideration of this possible silver mine, which is a possible entire left turn to her way of life and Colin's way of life, and just the potential of this, and also considering the information that they got from Temperance and Buford about Lydia and Johnny. And the one thing that is sticking with Annabelle more than anything else in their conversation was not that Colin intended to do it by any stretch, but just the kind of like dismissal of Annabelle, like, oh, you better watch out, be careful now, that like she doesn't know what she's doing. And she's been on her own for several years and has survived, which is more than a lot of people can say. And this is kind of eating at her a little bit as she lays there just with her thoughts. And so I imagine she maybe gets like a couple hours of sleep, maybe like an hour of sleep. And she wakes up and it's still nighttime. She doesn't exactly know what time it is, but it's either very late or very early, one of the two. And she gets up quietly and puts on her duster and puts on her gun belt. And you see her like hunched over this crappy table that we were sitting at however long ago, and just write a note. And then as like, I imagine like cinematically, as her coat kind of flutters over this table, you see the note just says, "Be back soon, don't worry," and then just A. And in the night, she is unhooking her horse, who I decided last time but never got to say is named Zeus. He's a big boy, the best boy. And he's all hooked up with a saddle because she takes him solo from time to time, and unhooks him from the wagon and rides off towards town. I imagine we're not terribly far from town anyway, but goes towards town, and I think would probably immediately go to the brothel. In her conversations with her brother that evening, just, you know, whatever, she had probably gathered at the very least that Johnny frequents the brothel, and maybe even overhearing certain things from Temperance's story that Lydia also frequents the brothel for whatever opposite reasons. Anywho, she would Annabelle would go there and just try to like flag down one of the girls or the madam or whoever, and would just see if she could ask after where the two of them stay, where Johnny and Lydia stay, like where they like lay down their heads. And I think that maybe there's a little hesitance on the part of whoever she does end up flagging down, but she slides whoever like $3, which is quite a bit of money at this time. And if it's cool, I think she does eventually find maybe Lydia's place, like Lydia's room, wherever she stays and wherever she is like hanging out. And I want to go through her shit and I want to find out all I can about her. And if there's a canteen, I want to poison it. And I want to steal everything she has and take all her bullets and all her guns. And I want to fucking take her teeth out before this whole thing goes tits up. So, I think, yeah, like, so I gotta ask, Sarah, does Lydia stay at the brothel? Does she have like a side room there?
She does have a side room there, yes.
Okay. So this would be the room that I would go in and just fucking rifle through. And I'm like hunting around and like just totally locked in. I think I probably find bullets
Can-
which I am.
Can I
Yes.
offer a suggestion?
Yes.
I imagine you probably do find some bullets. There is no gun, but you
Okay.
do find, like, the best way I can describe this is it's like Negan's barbed wire baseball bat.
Oh my God. Jesus. And I think Annabelle kind of like pulls this out and looks at it. And just like, Jesus. And I don't know. I think, is there a I maybe would just like chuck this thing out the window, because it's maybe enough that it's just not where it's supposed to be. I just don't want her to have this in her hands if things go sideways. And yeah, I think I rifle through everything. I take anything, if there's anything of value, any valuable, any money, any jewelry, anything, I just steal it. I steal it all. When I find out where Johnny stays, even if it's not here, I think I would probably do like the same thing. I would and Jason, tell me, so I don't know, you said at the sheriff's station perhaps he has like a bed. Is that where I would probably, is that where whoever would send me for where Johnny Valda lays his head, like where he has a steamer trunk or something, or does he have like a little house or an apartment or a room at the brothel?
I think he, especially given how he grew up and these situations he found himself in, he travels light. So I don't think you're going to find all that much.
Okay.
I think if you're looking for someone specifically to be like, oh, hey, he has a room like in the brothel potentially, then yeah, I think the sheriff's department would probably be the place to go. But to your point, I think it's literally just like a mattress. Like it is almost probably disturbingly barren. Especially since we had time between the incident with Lydia and Buford to get all of kind of our stuff together to a certain extent and then burn down the farm and take the dynamite. So I think he is intelligent enough to not keep too much just out in the open.
Okay. So yeah, so she discovers all of this about him and about them. And I think I think maybe she kind of asks around again, maybe even at the tavern, because she's just wired at this point. She's not sleeping. And I think maybe she catches somebody who saw the two of them riding out of town. And I think she would go and follow them. I think she would probably, she doesn't want to attack or anything like that. Like that would be silly. But I think that she does want to like scout out their camp, if they have one. And so I think she rides in. She starts to be able to see like the very dull glow of like fire out in the desert. And I think she just is trying to like scope out their camp, and even like to make sure that this is theirs. Like people camp out in the desert all the time, but this is like a big group of people. Surprisingly big group of people. And she's trying to get a gauge on like how many there are, and like, do they have weapons? Like, do they have a Gatling gun? Do they have like a stockpile? And she's just, I imagine she's just like sneaking, like sneaking around, trying to kind of gather information. And I don't know how sneaky she is, but I have a hunch that, I don't know. I think that she would manage to like just like see that there's like way more people than we thought there would be. And that Johnny Valda is very clearly like, he's in the biggest tent. And think she sees Lydia come and go like once or twice. And it's like, so it's like cemented now that they are together and they are assholes and they are like, they could do some serious damage. And I think she would, we are going to run out of white dice. Like, does she get caught? That's my question mark.
See it. I mean, 50 people is a lot of people.
I think there is that like moment that is such a trope at this point where she's like sneaking and she's getting ready to leave. Like she's definitely like not wanting to stay here anymore when she sees how many there are and how well equipped they are and everything. That she turns and there's like a sagebrush where she didn't think there was, and there's like a twig snap, and then very close nearby she hears like that, and I think that I don't know if it's probably not one of like you two. It's probably some fucking heavy, because you two are probably, you know, fucking. And so you guys are busy.
I think, you know who I think it is, Cari, if this is an okay suggestion. I think you see this massive man, just like probably well over 6.5 feet, just rippling muscle, maybe like some kind of Germanic heritage potentially.
Is this the Mountain?
This is Carl the Mountain with a K.
God damn it.
And he has this, I think it's like honestly, I think it's a shotgun, and he's just got it leveled at you, and he says, "Come with me." He's just going to kind of guide you with the gun, and if you twitch so much, he's going to blow a hole through you, essentially. And he'll start to lead you towards the big tent. The big top, if you will.
Yeah. You know, yeah. Where all the magic and the tragic happens. Yeah.
Mhm.
And I would go. I feel like this is thematically appropriate. And yeah. I think, well, Annabelle knows all the shit about the camp now, unfortunately. Probably not going to be able to relay this to Cullen. So I think that's probably the scene, honestly.
I think so. That feels natural.
Like cliffhangery. Yeah.
I think, could I end with one more thing, kind of as Annabelle's being escorted into the big tent by Carl the Mountain. I think the camera zooms past her to where Johnny is seated, and we see a wood cutting axe with a nice new wooden handle, a little bit of discoloration on the blade, maybe from some old blood that was never cleaned off. And I think we see these pale, kind of bluish gray eyes flick up to you, Annabelle. You look like a cook. And I think that's where we end the scene.
That's great. That's
Fuck,
perfect.
that's good.
That's what okay. So
That's
for
good.
those of you who didn't watch the first episode, he killed his pappy with that axe.
He did.
Bruh. So good. Perfect.
Okay,
Perfect.
so
I'll just go ahead and take one of those for myself.
yeah.
I didn't
Just a little bit.
No, you guys get to vote.
Anybody
I
disagree?
established, but,
Anybody
like,
have a-
No, that is a
that is
massive black die.
absolutely a black die.
This
Okay.
is-
She's
this
She's
is
not
me-
she's not
this is
leaving this
me-
camp unless something
This
crazy
is me
happens.
teeing one up for you all.
Mhm. Mhm.
It felt like it fit.
Wow. Okay. Okay. So I think I am also going to establish, and I am also going to do a flashback, knowing what I know now. I think that this is the middle of the night at some point, after Annabelle has actually come back to town and told Cullen about what was going on, about the silver claim. And I think it's actually at the silver claim. I think Cullen is there in the middle of the night, and I think Annabelle has come to the claim by herself in the middle of the night and finds him there on his own. He is, strangely enough, he is putting a box of silver ore back inside the mine, hastily. Oh, yeah, Cari looks like she's frozen. Naturally. Uh-oh. Well, she's in complete shock.
Frozen with fear.
So, maybe I'll have to do a different scene with Cullen and save that one. Let's see.
She said her power just flickered.
Yeah. We had a storm rolling in here, but thankfully, knock on wood, it hasn't gotten bad. Okay, so different scene.
Yeah, she has to reset her internet, so she'll be back as soon as she can.
Okay, so since I am planning on establishing that, and I'll just do that later, I will resolve the first scene. So, what would y'all like to see for Cullen?
Do you want to, like, again, I know it's kind of unusual, but so we can give Cari a little more time, do you want to maybe have me do my scene and then we can jump back to you so you can do the silver claim scene so you don't have to do that as your second thing? Or, I mean, if you really want to go ahead and resolve the first scene, that's totally fine.
Yeah, that's fine with me. I don't mind that at all.
Yeah. So yeah, I'll go ahead and establish. I think we basically pick up right where Cari's scene left off. I think she has been taken away somewhere. I think the big tent is basically empty at this point, and Johnny is seated. And I think, Lydia, you have been sort of, it's definitely a change. You don't see the wolf so much anymore. This is something different. This is more primal, more elemental. There's definitely like a pecking order here, but you are afforded a great amount of respect. I think you actually hear some of the bandits calling you like Lydia Dark Eyes or something like that. And so you are actually escorted into the tent by two individuals that maybe from a distance, they could probably pass as Lydia and Johnny. One of them, the man, introduces himself as Bill. He is a member of Isaac Lazarus's crew, and the woman introduces herself as Liza from Jenna Montague's crew. But they escort you in. They kind of look at Johnny. He just kind of waves a hand and then looks to you and says, "Lydia Dark Eyes. Didn't take him very long, did it? You seem to acquire nicknames like people get new clothes. It suits you, though."
I appreciate that.
Come and sit on down.
And she moves and she will actually sit on like the arm of his chair, basically just to be like,
Right.
You and I are basically equals.
Yeah, no, it makes sense.
Hello.
Hello,
Sorry.
welcome back.
Return!
You're good.
Sorry.
But yeah, he looks around kind of at the empty tent. I do think his eyes fall to the woodcutting axe before he looks back up to you and he says, maybe it's because you've rubbed off on me a little bit, Lids, but I do think we should discuss some kind of plan. Actually, and he kind of points to the retreating figures of Bill and Liza. I think some decoys might be a nice little surprise for our friends in Abandon. From a distance, They look an awful lot like you and me, don't they?
They do.
Mm-hmm. I thought you'd like that. What else are we thinking, though? Are we thinking the dynamite? I mean, I think we use it pretty liberally. Blow up some buildings, scare the shit out of some folks, show them we're not afraid. Kill, to destroy, leave them with nothing but ashes and blood. What do you think?
I like that idea. Where would you like me to start?
Well, kind of frowns. You've always been better at making plans than me, Lids. Why don't you decide? Maybe as a symbolic gesture, since we already burned down the farm, maybe we blow up the brothel. Make a clean cut.
I say we plant a little bit there.
Mm-hmm.
We plant a little bit at our lovely sheriff's home. We plant a little bit just maybe even in the middle of town. And we come riding in a blaze of glory.
I like it. I know Isaac especially is very eager to use that Gatling gun we stole from Bassett Ballistics. He'll have a field day. It's gonna be wonderful.
Perfect.
I think he leans forward in the chair, Lydia, and says, if we can scare the good folk of Abandon enough, they could give us Cullen, his sister, so we don't have any vengeful. Oh, actually, no, she's here. What am I talking about? Just it's been a long night. Let's be honest. Burning the farm, riding out here, giving that big dramatic speech. It's been a lot.
At the time, be like, hey, just kidding.
Get her out of here. No, I'm just kidding. So Cullen, of course, Buford, and I think he locks eyes with you, Lydia, and you see again, like they're almost feverishly bright. There's no emptiness. There's just this intensity and this life that has been lacking unless he is robbing trains. So he locks eyes with you and says, and of course, Temperance. They're all loose ends. They're all going to have to die. In fact, I will be attending to Miss Cook before we do anything else tonight. But
is it okay if I watch?
Absolutely.
Perfect. Maybe I'll let you have a go at Buford.
I would not be opposed to that. You know, it's one thing to stick a gun into someone's back. It's another thing to shoot a man in the shoulder like a fucking coward when his back is turned. But that's all right. That's just the kind of man that Buford Bassett is, apparently.
Well, the worst part is I knew he could be better. I knew he could be better. I just didn't know how to bring it out.
And I think very suddenly, Lydia, he like almost lurches forward and grabs the sides of your face in his hands and locks eyes with you, getting like just very, very close. And he says, you are perfect, Lydia. You always have been. I know you've probably had to struggle for a good portion of your life to conform to the standards of other people. They want to make you feel guilty for wanting to be free, for wanting to be who you are. They make you contort and diminish yourself. I didn't make you. I'm sure people will say that. Oh, Johnny Valda, and he'll lean back. He's a monster. He corrupted and poisoned that poor innocent woman. But the truth is, Lydia, I just gave you the paints. You're going to make the canvas. I saw that in you that first day you were standing outside the brothel, wringing that hat in your hands. Poor farm girl. Not so much.
I think that, you lurch up and grab her face and she doesn't flinch. Her eyes stay with yours. And when you fall back, I imagine that she kind of falls with you. But instead of repeating the action of grabbing your face, only one of her hands actually goes to your throat. And it's like the gentlest of squeezes before she kind of runs her thumb over your Adam's apple and she leans in real close. If you want to get technical, you did make me in a sense. You brought this forward. And I can't say that I can't say that that's a bad thing. I actually kind of like this. So,
feels good to be free, doesn't it?
Very much does.
The problem is, I think he actually kind of like pulls you onto his lap. The problem is, I think, although part of me wonders if it's a mistake, but I think you need to be the one to kill Temperance and Buford, potentially. These are the ties that bind, Lids. But once you do that, well, I mean, I have no more doubts about you. You unloaded a double-barreled shotgun into their back. It's a fucking miracle they were able to wriggle away.
I should have known. She always wears them special corsets. I should have.
Thing must have been made out of goddamned iron to resist that much buckshot, but neither here nor there. The thing is, Lids, you and me, we know the truth, right? The strong must feed upon the weak. God is not a God of mercy and protection. He doesn't care about the meek. God, and he'll lean in, God is a God of carnage and a God of murder and a God of judgment. And he's going to pull the cross off of his neck and he holds it out to you. Now that I know my divine purpose, Lydia Carlisle, being your partner, showing these weaklings in abandon that they always have more to lose, I want you to have this. Used to belong to my pappy, actually. One of the few things I took from that house after I killed him, and the eyes dart back down to the axe before looking up at you as he holds the crucifix out for you.
She'll take the crucifix, but instead of like wearing it as a necklace, she actually like shoves it down into her bodice. I'll keep it close.
Oh my God.
Excellent. Excellent. Glad I am to hear it. And I think he actually stands and starts sort of pacing the interior of the tent. I think he'll grab the axe as he's kind of passing by the chair. We're about to ride into a war, Lydia Carlisle. Wars are mean and petty little things, from what I can tell. I'm sure you're ready to be a little mean, a little petty. Am I right?
Always.
Excellent. I don't think there should be any secrets between us, though. Is there anything that you would like to tell me?
Let's see. You know basically everything about me. The only thing that I can think of is I wonder if you think I actually have the balls to do this.
I will admit I had my doubts, but when you unloaded a shotgun into your ex-husband and former current wife's backs, no more doubts. For what it's worth, I'm proud of you.
Then what secret do you believe that I have?
I don't know. It's like I said before, just an innocent farm girl with nothing up her sleeve. I find that a little hard to believe. Not that I don't believe you. If you do not have anything that you are keeping from me, then say it is so and I will believe it. I just want to make sure is all.
I imagine she comes up and around.
Mm-hmm.
And she moves to stand in front of you. And she places a hand on your chest, and her other hand actually goes to the hand that's holding the axe.
Mm-hmm.
And I imagine she stands up on her tippy toes, and she actually takes Johnny's lower lip between her teeth.
Mm.
And when she lets go, her eyes meet his. And it's this weird, like, flicker transition of her actual eye color and then how dark they can get.
Mm-hmm.
And she says to you, I'm an open book, sweetheart. You just got to turn the page a little.
Mm. Kind of. Do you still have his lower lip, or have you let it go at this point?
She's
Okay.
let it go.
Okay, good. Yeah. So he kind of rubs it a little, but he nods and he smiles, that kind of wide, slightly yellow smile. I appreciate that. I should come clean about something to you, though. When our good friend, soon to be deceased, Cullen Cook, mentioned that Federal Reserve train, I did, because I still had doubts, both about my purpose and about, not to be cruel, you. I did discuss going into business with him, just him and I, cutting you out. But I realize now I was wrong. I made a mistake. It won't happen again.
I think that the hand that's on your hand that's holding the axe
Mm-hmm.
tightens a little bit. She's like, I understand, darling. Now, are we going to roll some heads? I think we should roll at least one now.
Oh yes, most definitely. Should
Then
probably
let's go.
I should probably finish getting kitted out though. Just a moment. And he'll kind of walk back to the chair, and he will pull out Manu's Day from some like package or like a backpack or something, knapsack, whatever, where it is. He'll kind of put that on. He's gonna actually pull out a second revolver that has the words Malleus Day, the hammer of God.
Yes.
And he's going to tuck that into his belt, 2 bandoliers, a hunting rifle. He'll pull on like a duster. He's out of his suit. I think it's just like a simple wide-brimmed like gray hat that he just puts on his head. Now, I, for one, am rather eager to show Cullen Cook his sister's severed head bright and early in the morning for breakfast. And he's going to walk out of the tent towards wherever we're keeping Annabelle, wherever the bandits are keeping Annabelle. I do think, though, one more thing, as he kind of looks over his shoulder, he'll say, by the way, I'm thinking, oh, this is pretty obvious. We're not going after that fucking Federal Reserve train. We need to take care of these loose ends first. Abandon first, gold later, yeah?
Yeah.
All right, partner. Keep walking.
God,
She'll follow.
Jesus Christ.
All right, then.
Oh, damn. Oh,
So,
fuck.
gang.
Oh, God.
I'm thinking white die.
Things seem to be going great for Johnny.
Honestly, got a Gatling gun, got
Kind of according to
bandits.
plan.
Yeah, Johnny at least feels like it's going well for him. I hope things change, of course.
Yeah,
but
that's true.
Yeah.
We
At least
definitely
one
do
person's
have.
gonna die.
We definitely do have failure, a stupid plan executed to perfection, as one of our tilt elements. So
incredible.
that's definitely still on the board.
Okay.
Okay, might die. So loop back around to.
Yep. Sorry
Scene
about my
for
dumb
Cullen.
internet, everybody.
No. It happens. Not a problem. Okay, so just to kind of
Yes.
reestablish the scene, middle of the night at the Silver Claim, that was apparently alluded to in our father's note.
Mm-hmm.
Cullen is completely by himself, putting boxes back inside the mine, as I think Annabelle finds him in the middle of the night. Just like a single lantern kind of like illuminating this hole in the rock.
And I would just like kind of sneak up behind him and I'd be like, Colin Cook, what are you doing? And I like say it especially loudly. I want to make him jump.
Yeah, I think he jumps high enough to hit his head on the inside of the mine. Kind of turns around, his hand like on one of the antler handled revolvers that he keeps at his waist, kind of partially out of the holster.
I just have my hands on my hips and I'm looking at you. What are you doing?
Annabelle. You found the place.
Well, it's less that I found it and more that I found you. Pretty good at tracking a horse.
Yeah, I suppose I figured as much.
So, what are you doing?
It's not what it looks like.
Here's the thing. I don't know what the fuck it looks like. It looks like you're stocking a mine, which is not that I know much about mining. The opposite of what you typically do with a mine.
Well, I might have already known about Daddy's claim.
Wait, like before I told you?
Yes, his letter arrived in a manner speaking to me.
So my telling you that all about Daddy, none of that was a surprise.
It wasn't, as it turned out, but you were You were so eager to hold it over me. I couldn't deny it of you.
I wasn't holding anything over you, Cole. I figured you maybe had some lingering affection for Daddy, and I didn't want to rip your heart out in front of God and everybody in the middle of town.
Annabelle,
Hold it
I got
over
this.
you. What the fuck do you think of me?
I got this letter 3 months ago. Where you been?
And I think she kind of sighs and like her she just sort of like slumps kind of. It's like, I've been making money. I've been trying to survive like everybody else out here. Running away from and she kind of gestures at that mark on her neck again, and she's like, all of this? Trying to survive. I only got my letter about 2 weeks ago.
Well,
And after that, I was making my way back here.
I didn't know you were coming. I had no way of knowing if you were going to come back around here. Like I said, I thought you were dead or run off. So I started working the claim.
So you didn't send any kind of word. You didn't bother looking. You just figured I was gone.
Well, I figured you'd show up one day or another if you were still kicking around. I was right. Anyways, I started working the claim on my own, but when you came in and, well, I felt a little guilty, so I figured I would just take what I'd taken out and put it back. And we'd be able to find it together and feel what Daddy wanted us to do.
You must have thought I was a real piece of shit.
Well, we've had our crossed paths in the past. Hard to know where I stand with you sometimes.
You just figured I'd show up.
Well, I hate to break it to you, Bertie, but that's kind of the way you always been.
Don't call me that. Don't fucking call me that.
Now you're gonna get mad about that too?
This ain't a friendly conversation, Cole. You went behind my back. You knew about this silver claim and didn't tell me anything. You didn't even look for me. You just probably figured I was dead. That's bullshit. You were just lazy. You wanted it for yourself.
Why would I put it back? Why wouldn't I just keep what I took hid?
To cover your ass. Because now I'm here, and you knew that if I knew that you'd taken everything out from under me, that I'd be pissed off about it. Well, I'm pissed off now.
You want it? You can have all of it. Take it. What you came back here for anyways, it wasn't for me. If this claim had been miles and miles from here, you wouldn't have said jack shit to me.
That's not true. That's not true.
We've always been what was slowing you down. You just couldn't wait. First chance you had, you packed up and you ran. You stayed gone. Add an E to your name and make yourself fancy to put us all in the dust back behind you. You didn't even have to think about us anymore. You came from a different place, different people.
It wasn't about that. It wasn't. I just didn't. Daddy wanted both of us to go into the same line of work. Wanted us both to be lawmen, and I didn't want that. I didn't want that. The law and order as it is in the world that we live in ain't exactly always law and order. If I was going to be dishonest, well, at least I wanted to be honest about it.
I don't know that he needed you to be in the law. He would have been happy with you just being around, Birdie. Look, he wanted this silver to bring us together. We're both here. It's here. Maybe I fucked up. It ain't the first time. But I'm telling you what happened. I'm being as honest as I can be. It's all here. Save a little bit that I might have spent already. You can take it out of my cut. Split it with you 50-50 right down the middle.
I don't need your cut. I don't. Honest to God, Colin, if this silver, this letter, this was the excuse to come back. Not the silver, but just to come back and get in touch with you again and maybe have one last big adventure before that wanderlust takes me again. It was about you. I've always wanted to impress you, to make you proud, and I thought maybe going off and doing my own thing and doing something different, making my own path. I thought maybe that'd do it. And I guess it didn't. I guess it was the opposite, because you're still talking to me like I'm a fucking little girl.
Birdie hell. You ain't been a little girl since you was a little girl. You weren't even a little girl then. You came out tough as nails. Shoot better than I do. Run faster. Fight harder. I am proud of you. You went out in the world and you made something of yourself, even if you had to add an extra letter to the name to do it. Whatever.
I kind of like look at him, and for the first time in several minutes, Annabelle smiles. And she's like, you know, Daddy wouldn't have given a shit about me adding an E.
No, I don't think he would have. He understood what it takes to make life out here work.
And why the hell do you care so much?
I don't know. I'm your brother. It's my job to give you hell.
And I kind of like look again at the silver. I'm like, it is a lot of silver. And I kind of like look at it. You see, maybe you think you see there's like a little bit of shine in her eyes. And just looks at you and be like, well, we'll leave it here. We'll leave it here tonight. And first thing in the morning, we can go back out, take it all, and then just vanish. Don't you think?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's about time maybe I put abandon behind me.
Abandon.
As it was.
And I kind of like do this thing that like we did when we were kids. I kind of like shadow box you a little bit, like I'm gonna like nut tap you or hit you in the belly or something. And it was just like I had to say it, brother. I had to say it. And I hugged you then. And
he says,
I think, yeah.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, that was it.
Yeah, he puts his arm around you again, kind of in that one-armed hug, and he says,
you ain't seen half of this.
And he nods to one of the boxes of silver as he kind of like leads you into the mine.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. And
Go ahead.
Oh, please, no.
I'd say, could I add, just because I think this is horrible, but also perfect. I think kind of as this scene is ending, we just hear the sound of an axe head dragging against stone and footsteps getting louder and louder as we kind of return to that present moment.
Mm.
Okay. Yeah, so I established. It falls to all of you to figure out how that ended for Cullen.
White.
I think that has to be a white die because
Yeah.
I do too. That has to be a white die because that was such a wholesome
Yeah, it
moment.
was
If it
so
is
Right,
within,
right.
if it is totally within Cullen's sphere,
Yes.
like he doesn't know anything terrible's about to
Yeah,
happen.
absolutely.
Exactly. It's
Like,
exactly
It's
for
the
him.
past. Yeah.
Yeah, for him
Okay.
that was good.
Yeah,
Mhm.
agreed.
Resolution with his sister.
Okay.
Damn, Jeremy needs a black die.
Yeah, right. Lucky duck.
Oh yeah, because it's the difference between
Yep.
the two.
Yep,
Yeah,
yep,
that's
yep.
right. All right, the game is afoot.
Damn.
Okay, we had Johnny's scene previously, so we're going to skip right over to Lydia's scene. Sara, do you want to establish or do you want to resolve?
Oh, real quick, I'm sorry. Are we not doing a
Oh, yeah.
break between two sets of scenes, or are we doing the break before
great
the
call.
aftermath?
No,
Yeah.
thank you, Jason.
I'm fine either way.
Absolutely.
I don't want to stop this, but
No,
I just
no,
wanted
no,
to
no.
double check. For, like,
This is the perfect place
bio
to do
break.
so. That was the intention. So yeah, we're gonna take a 10-minute break. Go to the bathroom, refill your drinks, kiss them if you got them, smoke them if you got them. Whatever order that you please.
Instructions
Oh,
are
yeah.
unclear.
Yeah, we're not really sure what's going on here, but that's usually the case. So we will be right back in 10 minutes with the second part of Act 2 of One in the Chamber.
Amaze.
Hello, and welcome back from the break. We are here with Act 2 of our Fiasco game, One in the Chamber. This is a Boomtown playlist, so it's all Wild West, and wild is the perfect descriptor for what this has been so far, and from the sound of it, it's only going to get wilder. We are in our last round of scenes, so after this, it's only the aftermath. And speaking of math, yeah, it's all about to come unhinged. So I am very eager to get back to it. Which brings us to Sara. Sara, would you like to establish or would you like to resolve?
I think I will. Oh, I think I'm going to establish.
All right, excellent.
I would like to establish basically us getting ready to go into town. But I would like to start this out with a scene with Johnny and Cari, because I would like to get a scene where we see if we let Annabelle talk or if we just kill her really fast.
Yeah,
Well-
that makes sense.
I love
Amazing.
you.
Love you too.
Oh. I love you too.
Love you too. This hurts me much more than it hurts you.
I don't think so.
Does it though?
Yeah. So, yeah, go ahead. What's the scene?
I imagine this beginning part is just a continuation from Johnny's scene, where they are walking together to go to Annabelle. And when they get there, I think what happens is that Lydia kind of stays like a step behind Johnny because she knows like this is his thing. And she's watching.
Mm-hmm.
She's not even looking at Johnny, she's looking at Annabelle.
And I think there's at least like maybe like I'd say 4 or 5 other bandits like in this area, like keeping you where you are as opposed to letting you get away. I imagine they've got guns trained on you in this like smaller tent as Johnny will walk in, dragging the axe kind of behind him. I assume that you are good old Sheriff Cook's sister, right? There's a family resemblance, so you have more teeth.
And you gotta be Johnny Valda. And I turn to you, Lydia, and I say, you gotta be what's her name. Why don't you skedaddle and let the adults talk? Ooh. And I think this is like with Venom, because like as another like woman who can take care of herself, the deepest cut is being dismissed. And I think that yeah, Annabelle's just spitting fangs right now.
think
And
that
I
might be the closest thing to damage you actually do during this little conversation. Enjoy it.
and I look around and I'm just like, oh, Johnny Valdi, you got quite the army out here.
Mm-hmm.
Armies typically have a mission. Do these people all just stay out here waiting for your beck and call, or what's the plan?
You know, it's funny. I actually know a lot of these folk. Been robbing trains for a while. Did your brother mention that to you? Yeah, we've been floating him some money to hide us from the law. The noble Cullen Cook shielding bandits? Interesting, isn't it? But yes, I actually, for a time, I was paying some of these folk not to attack abandoned. Some of these people, they think there's some blood to be squeezed out of the stone that is that town, but not anymore. I think that town is done. And I think you're done too.
And I kind of like look at the both of them and I'm just like, oh yeah. Well, I mean, to be real honest, you'd probably be doing me a favor. Life ain't been kind the last several years. Be doing my brother a favor too. He doesn't do much about me except worry.
Mm, that is the problem with family. Isn't that right, Lids? Tends to leave you feeling just a little bit vulnerable, a little bit exposed, doesn't it?
It can, if you let it.
If you let it. Got any last words, Miss Cook? Because if not, and he's kind of heft up the axe and kind of slaps the blade into the palm of his other hand, I think we're going to make this nice and quick.
And I kind of like see this would be the first time that Annabelle looks scared in this whole interaction. She might have been scared, but she's hiding it well. And I think that when that happens, she's like, you know, I don't know much about abandon, but trying to get a red cent out of them might be more or less like squeezing blood from a turnip, wouldn't you say?
Could be. He's just going to start walking forward, like very slow, measured tread. I think you see Annabelle. This death's head grin starts to spread across his face. And I think you probably feel one of the bandits' guns in your back as you continue to back away.
Mm-hmm.
But I think we'll make do.
What if I knew of money, something valuable?
Something valuable? Kind of looks at all these bandits, which again, I think you kind of mentioned this before when Annabelle was creeping up on the camp. Like, they seem rather well equipped considering they're out here in the middle of basically fucking nowhere. Something valuable? Like what?
Well, me and Colin were thinking about, running off with a small fortune, and he and I are the only ones that know where it is. We were getting ready to ship out tomorrow morning.
Is that so?
Oh yeah, silver in the hills, hard to find.
Hard to find, but you all found it. Assuming that means there's a map of some kind, right?
Oh no, ain't no map. Clues. Hell of a thing to find.
Hell of a thing to find. Looks back to you, Lydia. I gotta be honest, Lids. This all sounds good, but since we're doing this instead of what we were gonna be doing, we could keep doing jobs. Get all the money we need. Looks back to you, Annabelle. Silver mine or no silver mine?
Well, from what you just said, Deputy Valda.
Oh, you can dispense with all that nonsense, Miss Cook. Come on now. You're about to die.
Well, Ed, I kind of like put my hands out. I'm like, well, go ahead. I mean, if you think all that train robbing and chance of getting a bullet right between your eyes and I kind of like nod again over at Lydia and like hoping to God she don't stab you in the back in your sleep. If all that sounds better to you than a sure thing up in those hills. And I just kind of like nod down at the axe.
Johnny will look back to you again, Lydia, I think, just to see, like, how is Lydia taking all this? Is she reacting in any way?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Yeah, he kind of looks at her, and then he looks back to you, Annabelle, and says, "You are definitely a cook. Got a little way with words, your kind, huh? Here's the thing. Even if I die tomorrow, when these fine folk go to spread the truth of God to the people of Abandon, I will die happy because that woman is going to paint Nevada crimson even after I'm gone. And he's going to raise the axe up. Get down on your fucking knees."
And I don't.
I
And
think
would
that's
just
when
stand there and
Lydia
Yeah.
will come up, grab her by the back of her neck, and maybe even with the help of some of the bandits behind
yeah.
her,
Just push her down.
with shoulders, just push her down.
and I
She'll
just
even move Annabelle's hair. Don't want to
Oh
mess
my
up your pretty
God.
hair.
You know, honestly, your brother will be a lot easier because he's got that nice Bowie knife scar across his neck, like a little marker to follow, little line to cut across.
I look fucking Johnny right in the eye and I pull my collar down again and I'm like, you ain't no god.
You're right. But I am his instrument, and you are the wheat before the scythe. And he is going to swing the axe down.
Sounds like the end of a scene.
I think Lydia takes the head, and with a surprising like gentleness, she picks up the head and she finds a burlap sack and she very gently places it in there, ties the burlap sack. Do we go now? Do we wait a couple hours till light?
Oh, I think we go now. Judgment has been deferred for long enough, I think.
Fine.
You're fucking incredible. And she's gonna turn and walk out. He'll start like calling out to the different bandit leaders to gather their crews and mount up and get ready to ride.
Perfect.
Wow. Sorry, did you have something else? No?
No.
Okay.
That actually went way better than I thought it would.
Congratulations.
Yeah. So, gang, we thinking white die for Lydia? I mean, it
Unless
seems
there's
to
like
go
some secret
according
guilt
to her
festering in there. Yeah, I think that's a white die for Lydia.
Okay.
Hmm.
That means it is now Karen's turn. Kaeryn, do you want to establish or do you want to resolve?
Damn. That was I want to establish. A scene.
Establish, okay.
Yeah. So
Take
this
us
is
away.
a little bit later. Temperance and Buford are at the site where the train's supposed to be and where they're waiting for the train. That, and of course, inevitably is not going to come because that was a red herring. So that is where we're at. Train should have been here by now. Oh, you're muted.
muted or something, Chad.
Oh, did I? No.
Nope,
it should
now
be.
I hear you.
Right.
Better? Okay, cool. I don't know what happened because I took it off. Okay. No, they should be here now. I don't understand what happened. And I think as I imagine that after a time, like maybe we stay there almost all day, waiting for a train to show.
I think we stay there long enough that, number one, the train doesn't show, but number two, we see the explosion off in the distance.
I was wondering, that's the thing, is I was here's what I was envisioning, and maybe we can go with that. Either one of two things. Either the explosion happens, right? Or or two, we see them start to ride off, like, or we see the group of 50 men ride off from the camp. So maybe where we're parked at the train, we can still see like the light of their campfires from our position at the train. So when we see that, we see the 50 men riding off in the direction opposite of the train, riding back toward abandon. And then that is the signal for us to ride toward it before the explosions go off. But here's what I would preface that Buford would recommend: that if we do so, we go in with a plan, because knowing Johnny Valda, he has more than enough men. We can't just take it on with 2 people. So what would you want to do on this?
All right. I'm kind of diving with this. Okay. So I'd like we stay there long enough. We don't see the explosion necessarily, but maybe we don't see the group of men, but we do see like the dust trails of this massive party moving towards the town.
Envoy moving toward the
town.
Yep.
And I think you suggest that we go back.
Mm-hmm.
Buford suggests, and Temperance instead turns to you and says, Buford, darling, I might have another plan for us.
Well, I'm all ears. If you have any questions or any thoughts, I'm here to listen to you. Huh?
I think abandon is done for. I'd like them to believe they get us in whatever they're planning up there. And in fact, I know something that I shouldn't. There's a place up in these hills. She kind of leans, kind of gestures in a direction, kind of away from the town a bit. I have it on good authority that there's a silver mine right for the Huckin. Now, if you trust me, we ride there instead, grab what we can, and get the hell out of here.
You won't just leave them?
I have found what I want. With that, I think she turns your head like fully to her and she gives you another kiss. And I'm not willing to give that up for anything.
Kind of like takes all of that in, because that is not what was on his mind this morning. His mind was in a completely different trajectory. And as they kind of sit there in this like dusk, early morning, he smiles and he nods. He says, well, all right then. I'll go up there with you to the claim, and I'll see that you're safe. I'll see that you're safe. I'll make sure that you have all the silver, that you get out of town. And he kind of holds your hands tightly. He says, Temperance, if I allow Johnny Vault and Lydia Bassett to continue their level of
absolute carnage, which I know that they will, honey, at some point they will come looking for us. If they don't find our bodies in the middle of the carnage, they will come looking for us. The day that that happens, the day that comes where you and I are sitting on our front porch with our kids, and they ride into town, they find us, and they ruin our lives, because that's what they are. They are a cancer of men. They are a cancer that must be removed. I cannot allow nor tolerate that cancer to be here any longer. So, I agree with you. I love you. And I will take you to this claim. But I must see this through. What they do not know, Temperance Jones, is there is a reason why I am a Basset. And we sort of shift for just a second to a brief little montage in this moment with Temperance, where we see Buford, tiny little 12-year-old Buford, with his brothers practicing shooting at his daddy's shooting range. And at first, at like 10, 12 years old, Buford is a horrible shot. He is the worst shot ever, right? When he is little, he knows nothing. But because of the scolding and the repetition and practice of shooting, because the thing is, the Basset men had to be good at shooting. You couldn't be the son of an ammunition specialist and not know how to use a weapon, not know how to break it down, not know how to fire and be ready at any given time. So he looks at you, and with all the confidence in the world, this man who was nothing but a shaky gun hand going into town before, with all the confidence in the world, he goes, Temperance, they used to give me the nickname Bullseye when I was So I assure you that ain't nobody going to ever take down Buford Bullseye Basset.
Oh
And
my
I will
God.
see you at that claim when time comes. So
I think before you stop, before you stop talking, I think partly the way through that, when you're explaining to that you are like Bullseye, and as you're trying to say you are, but I am Buford. Temperance stops you, gives you another kiss, and she's like, this is why I love you.
Mm-hmm.
You are so brave. You are so capable. And I've never been prouder. Let's go put an end to that cancer. But we do it with a plan on our terms. Oh, you're muted again.
I don't understand why it
Oh,
does that.
no.
I take it.
Oh,
No,
it must
I
be
take it
getting
off.
you.
Maybe.
Yeah.
And yeah, I agree. Let's. I think I got an idea, but he kind of like looks to you with a smile. I think we're gonna need some dynamite.
Mm. Amazing.
Okay. Fantastic. So for Temperance, what do we think? Okay. We've got
Very
one
positive.
white die left.
Yeah,
I think
seems-
that's
seemed like a white die.
Yeah, I would have to agree. Okay. We are out of white dice to assign.
Oh boy.
So we need to keep that in mind going forward.
We have one that could be either or.
Yes, the very last one is wild.
last one could go.
Oh, good to know. I
Yeah.
forgot about that.
it remains its color as far as when you go to make the final roll, but as far as being positive or negative in the scheme of things, it can be either. Okay.
That's good.
So, Buford, it is your scene. Do you want to establish or do you want to resolve?
Well, listen, guys. Honestly, y'all changed this up really differently from what I originally had thought it was going to be. Okay. You took the train quite literally off the rails, and I have no train to go to. But that's okay. What I will say is this. I will establish, and I will say that lots of establishing. You know what? Yeah, we gotta finish this up. So I imagine as we see the dust cloud of the 50 some men and women riding off to abandon, we watch as the pair of Buford and Temperance ride into their camp just briefly. They hitch a cart to the horse, a cart that will be loaded with any remaining boxes of dynamite that were left in the camp.
Ooh.
I imagine that we would spot Annabelle's body beheaded and left the camp. And that, I think, also sends not just a shiver down Buford's spine, but like the level of vengeance was already there for Temperance. But to have someone like Annabelle, who he barely knew, but for him was a kind and like sweet person, never did anything wrong to people, in his eyes, that is an innocent life taken. So that's another mark on why he needs this. So he will look to her body, and then I think he will place her, like the body itself, gently on some boxes so that it's not just laying in the dust. And he'll say, "I'll be back for you. I won't let your brother go without a sister. I promise." And then he will he'll wrap everything together, and he'll get everything going. The cart itself is now loaded with dynamite, and he will start heading in, and he'll discuss the plan with Temperance. We kind of quickly cut action movie style to a brand new section, right? Where there's like a really heavy, high crescendo action Western song playing in the background as we watch as Temperance and Buford are riding in. But just before abandon, they stop. And like a Trojan horse, he takes off the cart and he rolls the cart into town, into the center of town.
Badass.
And we watch as whatever, again, I don't know what carnage all of y'all are going to do in your sequences. Again, I don't want to step on anybody's toes, so obviously it'll go back and forth. But the idea for him is we set this off when all 50 of them are just creating carnage or do whatever. Either myself or you, Temperance, will fire upon that cart full of dynamite and explode the middle of town when they're all in the vicinity of it.
It totally has to be Bullseye that does the shot.
Okay, perfect. Well, I think then we watch as he kind of gets you in a good position to where you can maybe fire from a higher vantage point in town, like up on one of the the roofs and stuff, and then
Am
he'll
I
come
like on
back-
the water
yeah,
tower?
on a
that's
water
facing
tower,
the
just
side?
shooting. Yeah, exactly. And then
Perfect.
we watch as he kind of lowers the barrel of the gun that doesn't have the one gun that doesn't have the poison bullets in it. And he shoots the barrel, and we watch that explosion go off. And again, I'm trying to not piece other people and what you guys would do in the moment. So obviously, if y'all want to step in, please feel free to do what you want to do.
Can I add something?
Of course, yeah.
Because our plan was to bury dynamite in the center of town. If you're coming in like after us,
yep,
you put dynamite on top of dynamite.
Yeah, you just
so
exploded everything.
Yeah.
Yes.
Double the amount.
I just wanted to remind you.
No, that's perfect. That's perfect, because I did want it to be like this overly dramatic, like very Tarantino-esque explosion.
Amazing.
And then we watch as whatever out of the 50 men that you have gathered, okay, out of the 50 men, in fact, hold on 1 second. I have dice for this.
I'll say I'll roll a d20 for it. We'll see how
Yeah.
many actually made it out.
You roll a d20, Jason.
Yeah.
You roll the d20.
Can each of us also roll a d4 to see if it's our doppelganger?
Ooh, that's good. Yeah. I like that too. Okay.
So let's just say, let's say odds, doppelganger, evens, one of us.
Sounds good.
Okay, sweet. Oh, I love this. I was not intending to use
Oh
dice
yeah,
mechanics
there's
for
decoys.
this, but hell yeah.
Floor rolls still count. It's a 3 for me.
Okay, odds were what?
Odds were the doppelganger.
Odds were
I
doppelgangers.
also got a 3, and there are 31 men left. 29 died.
29 died. So
along with many townsfolk, I am sure.
between the explosions and the you hear the rap of Johnny and Lydia. You hear the rap of gunshot after gunshot after gunshot. And when everything dies down, when the dust is all settled, you watch as a single man dressed in all white with a red ascot across his neck has now just laid waste to 29 men and is staring he sees a body that looks like Lydia. He sees a body that looks like Johnny, and he is just standing there, guns ready in the middle of this town, and he is 100% ready for whatever come what may. How the carnage comes down, and he will not look at Temperance because he does not want to give Temperance's location away. He is just standing, and he will call out to both Lydia and Valda because he doesn't necessarily even trust that he killed them until he gets a chance to walk up and see the bodies. So he's going to start walking toward it. But he's going to start walking toward the bodies, but he is 100% ready and willing to take on this gunfight against 30 some odd men. And I think there is a moment, because this is my last scene, right? Yeah, this is the last scene in the cycle, right? Am I wrong?
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, I think I'm going to continue because I wanted to try. I think he is going to start looking through the bodies. If he can, he's going to try to start looking through the bodies. And then when he flips over the one that's Lydia, he sees that it's not her. He knows he's got to continue and keep going. He flips over the body that looks like Johnny, and it's not Johnny. He knows he's got to keep going. So at that point, he calls him out. You chicken shits, you get right out of here right now. and I am standing in the middle of this town, ready for a showdown at the OK Corral.
God damn. Hell yeah.
Okay. Well, we don't have a ton of choice. Buford, that's a
Nope,
black die
black
for
die.
Black die.
I mean, partly because it wasn't actually Johnny and Lydia
I
that
didn't
got
kill
killed.
the people that I
Great
wanted.
point.
Right.
Yeah.
And you gave away
yeah,
your
that makes
position where
sense.
you're at right now. So if they're out, they know where you are.
Yep,
So
yep.
yeah,
Yeah,
probably. Yeah, black die makes sense to me.
I'm
Great point.
okay with that. At the end of the day, I've made my stand, and I will plant my flag in the
There you go.
hail of gunfire.
You're
that
Buford
will
goddamn Bassett.
Yep.
And I'm going down in a blaze of glory.
Glory.
Dude, amazing.
Yeah, for sure.
I will fight
That's-
anybody that says Young Guns are not great westerns.
Bro. So great.
I genuinely wanted. I think I'll have to do it. God, this is
You
the
can do it in
first
the
time.
epilogue.
This is the first time in the epilogue where I'm gonna have to like do the thing. If I survive, this is the
Mhm.
epilogue is where I'm gonna
We'll
have
have
to
to
do the
see.
things that like I wanted to narrate. Even
You are
further.
split even, so there's
Yeah.
any way that could possibly go easily.
Wow,
Um,
wow, wow.
Okay, Cari.
I'm
You want
gonna
to
let
establish?
I'm gonna
Okay.
resolve to get a black die and let you guys figure it out.
All right, all right. Everyone else, where do we see this scene that it should be Annabelle's scene? Obviously, it would need to be a flashback.
Yeah, I was just gonna say
Right,
it's got to be a
right.
flashback.
I was gonna say,
It's-
can we see a flashback of like when her and Cullen were younger? Like this
That's
is her
exactly what I was
last
thinking.
thought.
Oh,
Yep.
Her last thought.
Dying
right before
thoughts.
the axe
Oh.
comes down.
Mhm.
No, as the axe comes down, because your brain is still alive for about
Oh,
a minute.
Jesus
So-
all right.
Christ.
Grotesque. I love it.
Wow.
Delicious.
So your literal last thoughts. I would like to see a moment between Annabelle, Cullen, and their father.
Hmm.
Okay.
Okay.
Who's Diddy?
Ooh, who's gonna be Chad be daddy?
Catch
Yes!
me, daddy.
I mean,
Ah.
I'm
All
I'm
right.
always daddy. Let's be honest.
That's
Not
fair.
wrong.
Totally.
Jesus.
I've always taken that energy.
Cue father figure.
I love how he
so I
said,
think-
"Who's going to be daddy?" and then it's just Superman in
Yeah,
Chad.
right.
It just appears into the scene.
guess what?
I just dropped like an elevator and hello. Someone said, "Daddy, hello."
Daddy.
My name.
I assume Cullen and Annabelle have gotten into some kind of a jam and are like in trouble and like facing the comeuppance.
Okay. How old we think here?
Oh, 10, you think? Something
Okay.
like so? Yeah. Okay. And we're kind of before our dad.
We 100% were stealing fruit out of a neighbor's field.
Oh yeah.
Like
For
out of
sure.
his garden.
There you go. Yeah. Yep. And I think that you and I are just kind of getting ready to get grounded or get whooped or whatever. And we're just getting kind of reamed out by daddy.
He like looks at the two of you, and I imagine between looking at Annabelle and Cullen's like personas as adults now, like this man is like imposing. This man is imposing. He would be very, very like so he's sitting at your kitchen table. He slides out 2 chairs.
Oh,
Doesn't
I'm not
say a
mad, I'm just
word to you.
disappointed.
Doesn't say a word, but just looks at both of you expectantly to sit.
I take my chair. This is probably not the first time this has happened, so no words are needed, and I just like sit in the chair that I'm supposed to be in.
Cullen walks over to the side of his chair and he kind of stops before he sits down. Again, almost similar to what he did in the brothel later. He's almost got his hands like held in front of his belly and his eyes kind of cast down. Daddy, before you start yelling, I just wanted you to know that Annabelle wasn't involved. Birdie didn't do nothing.
I kick you in the shin.
Did I say that you could talk? Oof. I said, sit, boy. Now you
he sits.
Sit and you listen. You know, this is the third time this week that Mrs. Russell tells me you have been rambling through her garden. You want to explain that to me?
Daddy, it ain't a garden, it's a whole field. She ain't gonna miss just a couple of tomatoes and peaches and such. She got a whole field of them. She ain't gonna miss them at none.
And you don't think I can provide that for you?
They're just sitting on the ground rotting, Daddy.
Okay, well, hold on. I see.
You know, Mrs. Russell got a hair up her ass about behind.
Yeah, Cullen elbows her.
Ow.
Cole, I thought at some point you'd be the man of this house. I thought at some point you'd stand up and be the man of this house, but I'm now realizing that I can't trust that. Son, your sister here. I imagine what you guys are like 10, 11, maybe. What's the age difference between the two of you?
We're twins, minutes. Aren't we? Yeah.
We're twins.
8 minutes. Okay, yeah. Now, I was hoping that you would be the man of this house here. And you would be a good influence on your sister.
Daddy, he's 8 minutes older than me. What do you mean a good influence?
I understand that, but there is a principle here.
What, about him being a boy?
No, it's not that. It's just...
What?
Birdie, it is about the principle that I have...
Don't call me that. What?
Don't call
me by my name, Daddy.
Okay.
Would
you prefer me to call you Annie or Annabelle? What would you prefer to call me, Birdie? Because I understand that I and your mama gave birth to you.
You're just talking to me like I'm a little kid and like he's a man. He's 8 minutes older than me, Daddy. Why is that? It's bullshit.
And
I cross my arms.
Annabelle. You realize, I don't know. Guys, let me ask you a question. This is me asking as character. Did y'all lose your mom? Is it just dad now?
I think so.
I think probably, maybe even like in childbirth, that would make sense.
Yeah. Ooh, yeah.
Do you know how hard it has been for me to raise you two and to hope that at some point in my lifetime, the two of you would be able to stand on your own 2 feet? So that does not make sense as to why you are going over to Mrs. Russell's house and taking her food and bringing it back to ours. What have I taught you?
Daddy, Birdie saved my life today.
Oh, yeah. And how was that?
I fell in the creek and I was drowning. And Birdie jumped in and she saved me. And afterwards, we just decided that we wanted some peaches. So we went over into Mrs. Russell's yard and we just took a few off the ground. She wasn't nowhere around. She didn't see nothing.
Okay.
Well,
Birdie's tough, Daddy.
she's tough. Is she?
Every
She
bit
wouldn't
as
have
I
to
am.
be tough. She wouldn't have to be tough, Cole. If you did as I told you to, and you protected her. But it seems as though she is protecting you. Is that correct?
I don't say anything.
You know, for a long time, after we lost Mama, I didn't know if I was going to be able to raise you kids. I didn't know. And yeah, I know I'm nowhere near Mrs. Russell and her fields. I am nowhere near any of this. But I do what I can for the both of you. And it hurts me and it breaks my heart every day to watch the two of you scrap and claw and scrape for every little thing you can. Do you understand why it hurts me so much to hear that you're stealing from our neighbor? He waits for a beat to hear if both of you will say anything.
I didn't think it was stealing any more than it be taking something somebody else threw out. We wasn't lying, Daddy. They were on the ground. They just would have rotted there, or the critters would have gotten them. We were tired. It was.
Annabelle,
What?
Do you consider yourself the type of person who is okay with collecting garbage?
And I think Annabelle, like, she can very clearly see that she's not getting through to Daddy. And she like puts her chin up. She's like, what if I was?
Well,
Cullen is dumbfounded watching this.
what did you say to me? What if you were?
What if I was, Daddy? What if I was fine with picking up garbage? What if I was fine taking peaches right off of her trees? Huh?
How big your britches have gotten since you got back from that creek? Kind of looks over at Cullen. Maybe I was wrong about you, Bill. Maybe you will be the one who takes over this house after I'm gone. Maybe that is the truth. But he immediately lunges, like he immediately lunges forward to your chair and he pulls you very, very close.
Mm-hmm.
But you ever disrespect me like this in this house again, so help me Jesus, I will make sure.
I think that's when the piece of firewood hits Daddy on the back of the head.
Oh God.
Yeah, bro. And he will.
Does he like put us out? Like, is this the last time we see Daddy?
You, Cole, what the hell?
Orphanage. Straight to an orphanage. And because this is my scene, I will say one thing. I think this is the last time this incident is what sends Colin and Annabelle to an orphanage.
100%. 100%.
He
can no longer be your father because you've both been so rowdy that he cannot even deal with being your dad anymore.
Probably.
Okay. So, black die, Cari.
Yep. That's fine. I resolved for that. Bring it to me.
So good.
That was good shit. Yep.
Oof, that was a rough scene. Mm-mm-mm. Okay. So I am going to establish, and the first part of the scene I think is going to be mainly just like what we see, not necessarily dialogue. I think we're back in the present, and the first thing that we see is a shot in the sheriff's house around that same table where so many of the rest of the scenes have already kind of taken place. Cullen's back is to the camera, and it looks like it's probably several hours into morning, and he's sitting alone at the table, and finally he kind of like stands up suddenly and leaves frame, and we see Annabelle's note on the table with an empty cup of coffee sitting on top of it, and an empty plate where Cullen had been sitting, and a plate full of food in the place opposite on the table, and a cup of coffee that's, you know, still kind of maybe barely steaming. And then we kind of move into I think a montage where we see Cullen head to the bell tower of the church, where he puts like a long rifle and like several like boxes of bullets next to them, and then climbs down, ties a horse to the hitching post outside of the church, kind of like looking down the street, and then he kind of heads back to the jailhouse. We see him like flip a table over and kind of position it towards the front door. And then he opens the gun cabinet and starts just like pulling guns out of the cabinet and placing them around in different places, near a window here, near the back door here. And then we cut to back at his house, him pulling a floorboard up from his bedroom. And then he removes another one, and he pulls an old like footlocker like up out of the floor and sets it down and opens it. And the first thing that we see are a number of like newspaper clippings and wanted posters. And he kind of takes those and puts them off to the side. And what we see in the layer below that is actually like a soldier's uniform from the Civil War. Which
what
he then
color
kind of,
is it? Sorry.
Probably gray. Not gonna lie. Chicory gray. I mean, we're in the South.
Yeah.
So I think he then kind of picks that up and moves it out of the way. And then what we actually see are the guns and the bullets and things that he's going for in the bottom of this footlocker. But the last thing that he has to move out of the way is actually a photograph. And it is of this sheriff's house with a white picket fence that is new and freshly painted. And we see a much younger Cullen with a woman and a child standing out in front of it. He takes one look at it and puts it down and picks a gun up. I think the next thing that we see is him climbing back up into the top of that bell tower and settling in with that long rifle, kind of like, you know, fine-tuning the scope on it so that he can see kind of out towards the entrance of town. And the last thing that we see is him actually spotting Buford pulling the wagon up into the center of the street and parking it. And he kind of gets a confused look in his face.
What the hell?
And I think that's where the scene ends.
Oh God. All right, Jason's got some heavy lifting to do. Jeremy, you
see
get
how this
black
goes.
die.
Yeah, black die for
Yep,
Jeremy.
yep.
Choice.
He's about to take
Wow.
on as many of these people as he can, so that makes sense to me.
Yeah. Yep. Hell yeah.
So I'm gonna establish big surprise. I think we kind of similar to what Jeremy, what you just did. I do think we see like a montage of these 50 desperados just riding into abandon. I think we see just brief flashes, almost like you said, like an action movie of, the townsfolk fighting as hard as they can. They have so little to lose, but these bandits are surprisingly well equipped. They are hungry, and they are, in a way, infected with whatever madness it is that Johnny Valda carries within his black and twisted heart, and they just tear through these people. Like, I think it is carnage, and I think we hear like shouted prayers and screams. This is not a child story. This is not a story where a hero is going to ride into town and save everybody. I think in this moment, whether we know it or not, there are more and more Johnny Valdas being created with every parent that loses a child, with every wife that loses a husband. It is chaos and madness. And then the explosion happens. And I imagine there are several moments of quiet as sort of the echoing ring of the dynamite on top of dynamite echoes throughout abandon. It is devastated. I think there's barely any movement. There's groans and moans of pain. And then we see Buford out in the street, all in white, looking like something out of a child's bedtime story, calling out for Johnny Valda and Lydia Bassett. But Johnny doesn't show up. Johnny goes to Cullen's house first.
Oh my God.
Then he goes to the sheriff's office. And then he looks up and he thinks about it. And he's going to go to St. Julian on the Hill. Because at the end of the day, he has so much more respect for Cullen Cook than he does for this man that shot him in the back when his back was turned. And he starts to stalk towards the church. I think under his breath, he is muttering to himself, "Do not think that I have come to bring peace to the earth. I have not come to bring peace, but a sword." And he starts walking into St. Julian's on the Hill. I imagine like Father Applebaum's probably dead, to be totally honest.
Father Applebaum is dead as fuck. And
I
his
think
choir
honestly,
voice.
not to be too graphic, I think he has been crucified. I think he's on the tilted cross.
Yeah.
He has been crucified. All of like the chalices and the goblets are like the various like platters that hold the body of Christ. All of these like shiny, precious things have been taken by bandits. And Johnny just looks around. Shit. Well, this place seems a lot smaller than I remember. Kind of looks around, and then he's going to start ascending towards the top of the bell tower with both the hand of God and the hammer of God, one in each hand, as he stalks up, just clad in gray, not an ostentatious figure. He is what he is. And I think he comes up, and I imagine, Cullen, you probably hear him on the stairs, no matter how quiet he's being. It's an old church. It's probably creaky as fuck. I imagine he comes up and he has his guns raised, even as you have your long-range rifle pointed at him, or maybe your revolver, whatever gun you're happening to use at the moment. Cullen Cook.
Yeah,
Thought I'd find you up here.
I think one of the reasons why you found him up here was because all of the bandits who had robbed the church and had done this horrific act to the father. Every single one of them were shot dead out in front of the church in the street. The whatever spoils they had kind of like spilled out on the dirty ground, like out in front of them.
I imagine like the shots are not like showman shots, like, oh, this is something that I learned on a shooting range. This is the shot of someone that's like, yeah, I'm shooting to kill. And I think that's almost how Johnny recognizes this is Cullen's work, right? This isn't some refined thing. This is a man trying to defend himself and potentially the town, though the town itself is not doing so well. But yeah, continue.
Yeah. So yeah, you come up that last kind of stair, where you're finally visible. And yeah, Cullen, I think he's probably actually taken at least like shrapnel from the wood of the bell tower from like return fire and things like that. So he's a little banged up. And he's kind of on the ground with his back to the wall. And yeah, he's got a single revolver kind of drawn, one still at his hip. It's kind of almost like he was waiting for you to finally show yourself.
And I think we see a blood-soaked burlap sack hanging off of Johnny's hip. And he'll actually put one of the guns away, still keeping the other one on you, and he just throws it into your lap. Little family reunion for you there, Cullen. It's like you said, you never could learn not to talk back to your betters.
I always knew you were a sick fuck, Johnny Balda. This? You've gone too damn far. You think you're some kind of righteous angel of vengeance out here, doing God's work. You ain't nothing but a twisted up son of a bitch who's just mad at the whole fucking world. You think you're the first one who wanted everything just to burn down? Every other motherfucker who comes out here is like you. You know what's always standing right here? Me, asshole.
And he shoots him.
I think at the same time, Johnny's gun fires at the same time, and I imagine, honestly, I think we don't see who falls first. I think at this point, if either of them falls, potentially, depending on what the aftermath is.
In the silence that has become the town after the explosion, you hear like the groans have died down. Abandon is silent, and you just hear from up near St. Julian on the hill.
A few birds like fly away from the bell tower because of course.
Yes, of course they do. Yes.
Fucking hell. Okay, so the last die is wild.
Can I choose what it is, or
so you established, right? So yeah, we need to decide whether it was positive or negative for Johnny. What do we think?
Because it would go either way, I say black die, because fuck you.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Okay, so that will count as a black die whenever you go to roll it as well.
Awesome.
Got it.
All right, everybody. So we now enter the aftermath. So the way that this is going to work is each one of us is going to take the dice that we have accumulated throughout the entire game, and you're going to roll them. You're going to take the lower of the two colors total and the higher of the two colors total, and you're going to take the difference between them. Like if you end up with white 7 and black 3, then your total is going to be a white 4.
Okay. Oh God.
Oh wait.
And we're going to save your dice.
Would I have 3 black die because the wild one, or am I? Or no, we should all have. Oh, okay, no, we all have different
2
ones.
and
Okay.
Yeah, you got 2 and 2.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, everybody. I only have 3, but Cari got 5.
Ouchies.
So, okay, so the only thing that you have to keep track of after your total is which die was the highest total. Okay, so I need a 2 white and a black.
Goddamn. Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
What in the world?
There's something about spending each of your dice as a part of your epilogue.
It's supposed to be like a montage saying this is how you describe
like a
it.
sentence, right? Like this dice represents blah 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 blah.
Yeah. Each die should be presented as a "this is my character doing something" style format. Black dice are used to represent physical things, and white dice are used to represent emotional or mental things.
And it is the difference, right?
Right.
The difference.
For the aftermath, yes. Yeah.
So, okay.
All right, so we'll start same order that we had been starting the whole thing with. Sarah, what did you get?
I got a black 1.
Oh, babe!
1.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Horrible. You are probably dead. Other people, probably innocent people, are as well.
No way.
There is no justice. There is no justice. There is no mercy. Everything is utterly, painfully screwed, and it is all of it, your fault.
I mean, that tracks, but
I mean, that was kind of the intention.
That was kind of the point.
All right, Temperance. What do you got?
I got 14 on my white and a 1 on my black for a total of 13
13 white? Holy shit. Okay.
Yeah.
White 13 plus. Fan-fucking-tastic. It's fat times ahead, safe and secure. That thing that would make your life better? Oh, you got it. Absolutely. And then some. And then some more. Enjoy it.
Incredible.
Buford, what you got?
So I did the math, and I had 11 black and 5 white, so I have a 6 black.
Black 6.
Weak. Oh wait, no. Sorry.
Pathetic.
Oof.
You'll suffer. Oh, dear God, will you suffer? And everyone will know of your malfeasance, your stupidity, your lack of common sense and decency. You're probably going to be locked up, too.
Jesus.
Interesting.
Not horrible, but not bad.
I mean, it's pretty bad.
Yeah.
Cari, what you got for Annabelle?
Okay,
This is going to be interesting.
So I'm gonna venture to say that I'm gonna have the biggest challenge of the crew here, figuring out how this ends for me. I got a black. Okay, and before you think you know what's gonna happen, wait, because there's a twist. I got a black 16. Jeremy, go ahead and read black 16.
Black 16. That's interesting. Black 13 plus. Awesome. Insanely great. You will emerge not only unscathed, but if there's a girl involved, she's dropping her drawers. You might even get rich off this caper. Who knows? Time for a new ride. Yeah, I don't think that's accurate.
I don't know what to do.
You have no head.
Okay.
Yeah,
Hold on. We'll just wait till it gets back around to me. We'll figure out something.
Literally
interesting.
headless Annabelle. Like that's
something like where your death leads to some really good shit for
I
other people.
I may
really
be
know,
outsourcing ideas as it comes around. So
Yeah,
don't
makes
worry.
sense.
Cool.
And fantastic for this game fucking showing its like
Yeah, weird
misogyny. It's like
Yeah.
Dude, I was thinking Kaeryn.
strong-handed.
I shit you not. I was thinking the same thing. I'll be back.
I'll be back.
Okay. For Cullen, I got a black 5 and white 2, which gives me a black 3. Harsh. Shit in a bag harsh. A lifetime of medication harsh. A big black cloud of hurt is going to rain all over you. The things you need to happen are not going to. Simple as that.
Damn.
Yeah, that kind of tracks. All right, Johnny.
A
What
white
you got?
2. Merciless.
White 2. Merciless. You might not be dead on the outside, but you sure as hell are dead on the inside. The emotional or mental wounds you have suffered will never heal. The future is a brick wall.
Makes sense.
Interessante. Okay. So, now what we get to do is go around the horn and try to explain what our dice kind of mean in epilogue fashion.
Real quick, Jeremy, could you just
Yes.
remind me? So the white die are emotional consequences,
Emotional
and the black
or
die.
mental.
Okay, and the black
And
die
the
are just physical. Is that
Black
is that
are
correct?
just physical. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
So, Sara, what you got?
Okay. I'm going to start with a white die. This is Lydia's white die, and it's actually going to represent the total mindfuck that Buford, at the change of Buford. So what's going to happen is when he calls out for Johnny and Lydia to come out, she comes out. There's a rifle on her back, a gun in each hand, a revolver in each hand. And when she looks at him, at first there's nothing there. You can do this for somebody else, but you can't do it for me, eh?
I think he looks at you there is carnage. Like the 20 some people he took out with the explosion and the gunfire, but he is still going, and there are shells firing everywhere, but he is standing in a plume of gun smoke staring at you. And when the guns all sort of settle down, and he goes, well, maybe if you treated me like I deserve to be treated,
That's cute.
we
That's real
wouldn't be.
cute.
And he, well, if we're allowed to do so, I would like to have him fire upon her as she's standing in this.
Ooh.
I don't know how the epilogue step works.
Yeah,
but
you
I'd
gotta
like
keep them real short and snappy.
You gotta
Is
keep
kind of
them
the point.
short.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we've got
yeah.
like
Buttons.
24 of them. We have to like try to.
Buttons.
Oh, that's
boom,
true.
boom. Yep.
24 of them, yeah.
It's really like it's supposed to be just
Bam,
like snippets
Bop,
of
bop, bop, bop,
wrapping
Yeah.
up. Yeah.
So when he says that, I just think that she's just gonna shake her head and she's gonna be like, you were always good at blaming everybody else. Always good. Everybody made Buford feel bad. That's cute though. That's cute. Would you like to finish this? Just you and I? Or do I have to find Temperance too? I can bring her here. I
He
got
will-
plenty of men still.
He will draw a line in the sand and quite literally allow you to step forward and have the final showdown that I believe we have wanted for a while.
Perfect. I think that's where I'm going to end, is right there.
Beautiful. Okay, Kaeryn.
Okay, so we're doing the one die each as
I think
at
so.
a time. Okay.
Mhm.
Damn, I want to know how these things work up first. um okay, so white is supposed to be social, mental, emotional, right?
Black is
Black
typically
is
Black is
Or-
physical.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
okay. Well, I'm going to start with my one black die, physical. I think at some point, in the shootout with all the bad things, Temperance does get nicked. We see her getting shot in the arm, at some point, and before it all ends, and then she'll climb down the water tower. But we'll keep it short and simple. Done.
Yes.
Okay. Perfect. Chad.
Oof. Okay. So I will start. I think. Yeah, let's be nice. Let's start with the black die. Let's start with one of the black dies, and I'll use this black die to represent the final shootout. I don't know where Johnny Valda is, but I do not care where Johnny Valda is at this moment. There are numerous men and women still fighting in this battle, but it's like in any movie where all the rest of the chaos fades away and just the two actors are in the stage and everything else is silent. And he waits for her to get into like showdown position, stance to stance. He goes, all right, well, you and I lived together long enough. Let's see. How fast do you think your hand is? And he'll fire, but you watch as when he fires, he doesn't aim for your heart. He doesn't aim for your head. He aims for just
you cocky bitch.
a gut shot somewhere where it's not something that would hurt. Like it hurts you, but he is intentional.
I imagine that it's as he's put his hand up, or he's brought his hand up to shoot her.
Yeah.
She had put her one gun away, her left, the one in her left hand, because she still, even though she has a new wedding ring on her left ring finger, she still has her original one on her middle, and she was putting her hand out.
Okay, that hurts me.
I want you to hurt.
Yes, go fuck yourself.
It's okay. You could see that he shoots her, and there is something. Oh man, I'm just gonna keep this very snappy and very short. But he walks toward her as she's laying on the ground, because I imagine it kicked back and knocked her back. As she's laying on the ground, he like looks to her and just watches the poison start entering her body.
Ooh, oh yeah, because of the pickled bullets. I
poison
totally
pickled
forgot about the
bullets. Yep.
pickled bullets.
Just
This poison
watches
is
the pickled-
horrible, FYI.
Yeah.
It is violent and physical and visceral and blood from the eyes.
I imagined it's rattlesnake venom, something
Something
along
terrible.
The
Poison
heavy
for
snake.
Cusco.
Yeah. And he'll just look and he'll watch and wait for that twitch to happen. He goes, "Oh, you ain't gonna fire on me? You gonna
Paralysis.
Oh, you can't do nothing now. I see." And then he will just wait
Okay.
and sit there until she's gone.
All right. Cari,
Okay,
how you
so
want
I
to do this?
I got a lot of bad shit. I have an idea. It's a really good idea, but it's going to be the slow
Love
burn.
it.
It's going to be like on the last dice. So I'm just
Okay,
going to make
sure.
really quick little buttons. Side note: the idea that I outsourced to Kaeryn was the exact idea I had about 5 minutes before. So I'm really proud of us. We're on the same wavelength. So I think very much in keeping with the flashback of Annabelle's last scene, the first black die I use will be her kind of getting shipped off to the orphanage. And because, she gets separated from Cullen because one's going to a girl's home and one's going to a boy's home. And I think that her time at the orphanage is not pleasant. I think that she very much maintains the rebellious streak that got her into this mess to begin with, and stealing or fighting or something that leaves her a little bit just battered and resentful and bitter. And I think that her probably getting whooped is this first black die, as maybe an early teen.
Okay. So I think this first white die is Cullen kind of pulling himself down the stairs of the church tower, and there is blood like trailing behind him the entire way down. But as he's painfully kind of pulling himself down these stairs, his memory goes back to the times that he and Annabelle were out running around as kids, back before they were separated, back before everything else kind of happened to them later in life. And they're kind of happy and free, and he's kind of using this as the ability to kind of push himself through his pain and trying to move on. So yeah, that's his first white die.
I think I will continue the trend of one white die, also for a very short flashback. I think as Johnny is laying in the bell tower, having been shot by Cullen, I think his mind goes back to a place that he hasn't thought about in a very long time. I think we see an older woman, maybe in her early 30s, maybe late 20s, kind of standing over him. So maybe he is younger in this scene, a child. And I think we see tears streaming down this woman's face, which is bruised and mottled, where she has been struck repeatedly, and her dress is spattered with blood. And she looks down at this younger version of Johnny and says, "You're a killer, Johnny. You can't stay here." And I think we start to see over the course of his life more and more people saying, "You're a killer, you're a killer, you're a killer." We see Isaac Lazarus, a younger man, taking Johnny under his wing. "That's right, Johnny, you're a killer." And then I think we stop.
Cullen said that to him too.
We stop exactly when we see Cullen saying,
"Oh my God,
you're a killer." And I think as Johnny sort of looks up, I imagine it's like a perfect blue sky to contrast the carnage down below. He just kind of whispers quietly to himself, "I am a killer, and I am Legion." And he's gonna haul himself up and start dragging himself down the stairs after Cullen.
Oh my God!
Imagine there's like a ragged wound somewhere in his torso.
Get the bed.
All right, back to Sara.
I love this game. I love this game.
Oh, this game hurts my feelings. This black die represents Lydia's current situation here. Chad fucking knows me so.
Come, my love.
Nom, 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 nom.
Bring the pain.
Yes. So it's as she's thrown back and Buford is walking up to her. She's trying to fight this poison. She puts a hand to her wound, like the gun fell out of her hand. She's landed back on her rifle. So not just pain in her back, pain in her gut. There's blood everywhere. She uses what strength that she has. And she looks at him. And even though there is this horrible pain in her eyes, Buford sees Liddy May appear in her eyes.
Oh, it's tough.
And she looks at him and she goes, I am sorry. And it's as she says the word sorry that she chokes and blood spurts out of her mouth and actually lands on Buford's pants.
Great snippet, dude. Oh my God.
Her left hand, which was holding her up, she brings it up and her body falls. And her body is at his feet. And her hand manages to just barely curl around the tip of his boot. As she is beginning to feel the paralytic effects of this. And as her eyes kind of lift up to look at him again, he can actually see that blood is mixing with the tears in her eyes, and that's what's streaming down her face is a mixture of blood and tears.
Jesus Christ.
All right.
Wow.
Temperance.
I love you, Chad.
Hey. All right, so I have a white die now. Where this is going to be Temperance has already crawled down from the water tower where she was. Her arm is dripping the blood, and she goes to the town where she sees Buford standing over Lydia's body, Lydia's hand trying to clasp his boot, if you will. And I think she just approaches, and it's almost absent-mindedly, as she steps towards and closer to Buford to embrace him, her foot kicks Lydia's hand from his boot. And I think she just casually looks down just nonchalantly.
Fuck out of here.
Doesn't even, barely registers the dead body there, and then turns to Buford. We did it.
looks, and you can see that he looks at you with a reassuring smile to a certain degree. One down. One to go.
One to go.
Perfect.
That's a good place there. Go.
Yeah. Okay. Moving right along, Chad. What you got, Buford?
Oh man. Okay. Y'all. Okay. So my finale is pathetic. So I feel like there has to be some sort of crescendo to I'm not going to be good in some way, shape, or form. So I'm going to go ahead and use my last black die and state, well, you know what? No, we'll go white. We'll go white because I'll save that. We'll go white.
Ooh.
Okay. White die is an emotional die. And I think that there's this emotional thing mentally where his head is at. He just watched his ex-wife die in front of him and he is the cause of it. And yeah, there is a moment where as she's kind of gripping the bottom of his shoe, he realizes how harsh of a man he just was in that moment. He realizes that the soft, demure demeanor of like who he was as a man beforehand, that's all gone. He is nothing but hardened marble now. And the only thing that is softening any blow is the fact that Temperance is still here and still standing. And the blood red stain of a handprint on his white pant leg and his white boot, like, and his black tip boots, right? And then watching Temperance kick that hand off and send off Liddy for the last time. There's this moment, I think, where we see just a very, very brief flashback. And the flashback is just the two of them, him and Liddy May, in a peaceful moment, in a very peaceful moment, sitting on a porch swing.
I was just gonna say sitting on their porch, bro.
Yeah, sitting on a porch swing on their property.
Her legs over his lap.
Yep.
Hand in hand.
Yep. Where things had not gone awry. It's like right after the wedding, things are great, things are okay. We both actually love each other. Nothing is wrong. The sea of discontent is not there yet. It's happiness and purity.
Mm-hmm.
And in the moment where she says, "I'm sorry," and is looking up in his eye, like in his eyes, and he watches as the blood tears come down, the macabre look of that is on her face, he doesn't see that in that moment. He sees the pure smile, the happiness that was Liddy May, and there is a grief that will never let go from him, even though he is ascending to a new happiness with a new person. There is a grief with this old that will never be let go because of the image that he just saw. So I believe that is 100% like his white die of
Perfect.
How he's going to feel for the rest of his life, even if things are good for him by the end of this.
Okay.
I got another black die. I imagine it's kind of a black die. This is tough. The physical, mental versus physical, whatever. Anyway, so I imagine the way this scene transitions is that as you guys are watching, just sitting out on your land and watching off the porch, a hawk screams above you. And that scream transitions into like a whistle of a policeman that you hear like in movies, like an old policeman's whistle. And you see a slightly older Annabelle, probably 16 maybe years old, running. She's in a city now. You don't know why she's no longer at the original orphanage, but you get the idea that something has happened to bring her to a slightly bigger city, and she's running. and she dives into she sees bullseye. You see bullseye lanterns behind her kind of shining off, and you hear behind her like, that way, she went that way, and that kind of thing. And she jukes down this alley, and just kind of dives into the back of a random wagon and just like covers her mouth as these officers, she like covers up with whatever's back there. Thank God there's like a burlap cloth sacks, etc. And she just like covers her mouth as these officers pass her by, thank God. And I think when they do, she hops down and she kind of looks at this wagon, and there's a horse hitched to it. And for a second, she just can't believe her luck. And she looks at this horse, and she just kind of like looks him up and down, and she looks at this wagon. And as the audience, we recognize this wagon, though it is much dingier and less of a beauty. It is shaped just like Cook's Curiosities wagon. And she looks, and she just kind of like looks at this horse. She's like, well, I think you look like a Zeus. And she hops up on the buckboard and like flicks this horse, and she is hauling ass out of whatever city this is, heading west. That's my scene.
Oh yeah. Okay. I'm going to use my second white die. This is Cullen. Not long after the last time that we saw this snippet, I think he is thinking about the moment that he came back from this war. The white picket fence is there, the house is there, and it's quiet and still. The breeze is kind of like blowing through the long grass. He hops down off of his horse, opens the fence with no trouble. He's calling out. There's no answer. He goes inside the house. There's a long pause before you hear a hoarse, angry scream. And the next thing that we see is the Cullen of nowadays crawling through the opening of that broken, worn white picket fence that is now smeared with his own blood as he's dragging himself through the yard. And ahead, we see two tombstones, two handmade crosses beneath the tree in the front yard that he is making his way towards.
Okay, I will use one of my two black die. I think I'll keep this relatively short. I think kind of maybe as we see kind of those crosses that you mentioned, Jeremy, I think the camera kind of swings around behind. You just see again this like gray-clad specter of Johnny Valda just hauling his body along, like he's bleeding profusely, but he is following you. And I think we just hear under his breath, he's just constantly muttering to himself, "The strong feed and the weak are fed upon. The strong feed." And he's just like dragging himself after you. I think he can't like even use like his usual gun arm. But yeah, he's not going to let this go. Like a dog with a bone, he is after this. And we'll see how it concludes.
Oh my God.
This is my final black die. This is actually going to represent, because what I'm going to do is she is going to die, and then my last white die, I'm actually going to do like kind of like how we do with Annabelle, where the last thoughts go. So it's because her whole body is completely paralyzed. She does not feel her hand getting kicked off of Buford's boot, but she can still see it. just has this, like, I imagine there's like a red filter on the camera because with her eyes bleeding, everything is red. And she's able to lift her eyes up and see Temperance and Buford, but all the sound is muffled. Her whole body is on fire. And there is the slightest twitch of her fingers as she's trying to move, but she can't. And it's very much like, the way I imagine it, it's almost like a locked in type of syndrome where she can see and hear what's happening, but she can't do anything about it. And all she wants in that moment is just Johnny to tell her that it's going to be okay.
Oh.
Even though she knows it's not.
Well, guess what? Damn.
Woof. And Johnny's nowhere to be found.
As her whole body is just like bleeding from blood is dripping out of her mouth, out of her nose, her ears, her eyes. She just wishes Johnny was there.
Goddamn.
Kaeryn.
Okay. So I have another white die. I think this is going to be a flashback of Temperance, of her time many, many years prior to Lydia and her. So like before the marriage, before everything, we are seeing a younger Temperance. She seems to be like in a city. It's going to be a little montage of the scenes. She's in like a bigger city, maybe for the first time. She's looking around. She's got this like the naive looks in her eyes. Everything is exciting. There's all these sights that she's just not used to. One of the things we see is that there's this beautiful fancy ass cart that says Cook's Curiosities, and we see Temperance go up to it, and she's looking at all the wares, and everything is fascinating to her. And then she looks up and she sees the woman manning this cart, and that's also fascinating to her. And I think that's where the scene is.
The person turns to you, smiles a roguish smile, and says, "Howdy."
Yeah, and I think,
Perfect.
blush on Temperance, fade to black.
Hides behind her fan.
Oh, hundo.
Perfect. Okay, Chad.
Okay, I have to decide whether I want to deal with emotional or physical damage. Let me see. So I keep reminding myself what this ultimately did. And I think, I'm gonna play into that failure leads to perfection portion with my final black die, because I imagine that this is where I split off from Temperance. I'm now leaving this space in the middle of town, and I head over to track down Johnny. I am hunting through the town to find Johnny. I don't know where he is, but I'm searching for him. And I imagine, Jason, you can tell me yes or no, but I imagine that I hear some sort of rapport from the Cullen house, from the grave sites in that direction. And I would head in that direction. Now, whatever happens, that's on you.
Right.
But
probably a lot more shouting and fighting than rapport, I would imagine at this point.
But what happens on my end, I think, is I think that somehow Buford ends up near this altercation, and no matter how this goes down, he is going to attempt to do something about it, but I think he ends up getting injured in the process. So no matter what it is, he's going to get injured in the process to the point where he can't really leave without someone else, like Temperance's assistance, to leave, right? Like, he has been injured in a pretty grievous way, but not dead. So I can only imagine that will be how he ends up, and I will use the white die to explain it after all that happens. After we go out around one more time. But yeah, basically he gives her a little kiss on the cheek, and then just begins to stalk toward where he knows they'll probably be fighting, hoping to find Johnny.
Okay. Cari.
Okay. I think this is probably also a black die, because whatever at this point. I think you see a scene of up in the tower where the guys had kind of had their original confrontation. And when they had their initial like pow pow, I'm sure Johnny Valda had dropped this horrible sack, this bloody burlap bag, and out had rolled the head, but neither had really looked as it rolled out. As the audience, we see this scene, and we see a close up on the head, and it is not Annabelle. You then see a very fast montage of Annabelle talking that night when she went and paid the prostitute to, it appeared as though she paid to know where they were at, but she was paying her to go check out the camp for her. And you see Annabelle saying, now, if something terrible happens, you can just tell them there's a silver claim out in them hills. Just tell them that it's out there and you don't know where it is. They won't hurt you if they think you know that. And this girl gladly takes this $3 and apparently does this. And you see a flash of the body in the desert, and it has Annabelle's coat on, but not her clothes. It doesn't have her hat. You see that there's just enough of the neck left, that there is no scar. And the next shot is, I think, Annabelle riding Zeus fast out towards Cullen's house. And that's the end of the scene.
Okay, wow. So my last die is a black die, so something physical. I think we see Johnny Valda closing on where Cullen has been crawling. Maybe he's now passing through that like bloodied gate. And Cullen is dragging himself up between the two now grass-covered like bumps in the ground that are the graves of his wife and his child. And he crawls up between them and finally like loses enough of his stamina to like collapse forward just as kind of Johnny is coming up on him. He rolls over with kind of one last act of desperation, and I think just as Johnny is closing with him, probably gun drawn if I had to guess, that Cullen reaches behind the grave marker of his wife and pulls out a sawed-off shotgun and levels it right at Johnny. And that's where I'm going to end my scene.
And I think for my final black die, I think we see this standoff in this, again, seemingly tranquil place that is surrounded by death and devastation. And I think we just hear the roar of the shotgun and the bang of a revolver, as I imagine, potentially, Jeremy, if you're okay with it, I think Johnny and Cullen probably kill each other, to be totally honest. I think they just shoot each other. Johnny's torso explodes out. Cullen gets a bullet right through the forehead. And yeah, he falls to the ground.
Sara.
Oh, this all hurts me. So this is my final die. It is a white die for the emotional pains. I'm gonna kind of do what Kaeryn did. I'm gonna do a few little flashbacks. We're gonna start with a very young, very, very young Lydia. And her father screaming at her about earning her keep and earning money for the farm, and her sister, and basically threatening her about how if she doesn't make money, he's going to sell her baby sister to the brothel. So that makes her leave to start making money. We see her trying to find ways to make money, and that is when we find her meeting Buford for the first time. She and Buford, the way that I imagine this is she is the help at a flower shop. And he comes in to get flowers for maybe another girl. And that is when they meet. And they talk over flowers and they start to get to know each other a little bit. We move on to the night before their wedding. And Buford's father comes to her and basically tells her, I will give you this amount of money if you leave. And she refuses. Because she wants to be with Buford.
Oh, God. No.
What Buford sees as resentment to him is actually a resentment towards his father for trying to get her to leave. And she kind of takes that out on him, but she also takes it out on herself. We see her riding off in the distance, and it kind of goes in between these two pictures. Her writing this letter, and tears are streaming down her face because she does not want to leave. But at this point, she feels like she has to, because she'll never be accepted into Buford's family. And that's why she always kept telling him she just wanted to go. She wanted them to start over.
Get away from there. Oh.
And then we see her. To her, the marriage is over. And she meets Temperance. And she's finally found something again. Even with Johnny and her doing these jobs, she's finally found something again. And then we see Buford holding Temperance and Temperance saving Buford. And that was a shot to the heart for her. That was when everything stopped for her. And then we see the last thing that she sees when she's laying on the ground before all of the light leaves her are Buford and Temperance walking away. I love you guys. You guys did this.
That's not true.
Yeah, I don't think that's how that happened at all.
That
Sarah,
is pretty
Sarah,
true.
way to
Little
make-
true.
Oh my
What,
God.
Chad?
Make me
What?
feel like shit. Thanks.
What?
Way to make me feel like absolute horseshit.
You
man.
should.
Oh,
Remarkable.
Sarah, that was
no, that's so
amazing. Oh,
Manipulating
good.
I
to
am
the
very
end.
hot and sweaty.
I hate it. I hate it. I'm crying.
I
hate
hope
it.
you're crying. God.
I am. Oh, you wait. I have one more white die. You
Good.
wait, Sarah.
I'm excited.
so do I. I have my last white die.
All right.
And I love you all. I love you, Chad, from the deepest part of my heart. And the reason this is happening the way it's going to happen
I
is
don't
because
like
of
this.
the rules and the
I don't
things
like
that happened.
this.
So
This is betrayal. I smell it.
This is Karen's guilt coming out, but now we're going to flip into Temperance. Okay, so Buford starts to walk away, and Temperance watches as he's walking towards Cullen's house, and unbeknownst to him, she follows. And so she is there at the moment, I guess, when Cullen and Johnny shoot each other, and Buford falls maybe to his knees or whatever, seeing this happen. I'll let you play however you do it. But at that moment, Temperance, like in the moment of weakness of Buford, Temperance does catch up to him. She does kind of maybe catch him as he's falling, helps him gently down to the ground or however, or lean up against something. And she, as he's lying there, sitting there, she leans in, she kisses him, and she says, I do care for you. I did want this to work. I asked you to leave with me. I even tried to sweeten the pot, and yet you still chose to come back here and enact vengeance. And, well, I don't think she really even finishes that sentence. She just kind of stands up, leaves you there, and goes, I'm off to find my true destiny. And with that, she walks away, where we see Annabelle riding up with her horse. And we see the two women.
Annabelle rides
you-
up, and I imagine because of her hurriedness, she like jumps off before Zeus is even like fully stopped, and she kind of like skids to a stop, kicking up dust from her own boots, and then is just like standing there totally unaware of what has just happened.
Yeah, and I think the last thing that like Temperance would just kind of go up to you and give you like the warmest hug and said, I have waited so long for you to come and get me.
Mm-hmm. Guess what, bitch? She wasn't bi after all.
Fantastic.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Okay. Chad?
I love you, Chad. I'm sorry.
Like I'm just getting punched multiple times by the lovers of my life. That's
Well,
great.
what is your
Thanks so
thing?
much.
Pathetic?
I'm sorry.
Pathetic.
You need to be humiliated.
Yeah. It's fine. I have a
Repeatedly
white
kicked in the
die.
balls.
I have a white die, which represents my emotional state. Yeah, let's go. So I imagine that at some point during all the firefight, at some point, in fact, even maybe a little bit of the buckshot that Cullen rings out from his goes through Johnny and into me. So when I'm on my knees, that's literally because I've been shot. And instead of making sure I'm okay, making sure that we stay together, and you basically say, hey, this was your fault all along. You did this to yourself. You suck. Goodbye. Man, I'm gonna say that this is actually we watch as I think this broken man, after watching you leave, after watching Buford kind of get his own comeuppance in that sense, I think we watch as some time passes after all of this is done, and at some point we find a letter gets sent to a Mrs. Temperance Jones, which eventually does find you. We find that the letter states this. It says, my dearest Temperance, though our time together has been short, I have fallen madly for you as the only person in my life.
who has ever loved me so deeply as to protect me when I needed it most. I have unfortunately found myself at an impasse, for I do not know what this means after we are done here and abandoned. What I do know is that if you will take me and you will be with me, that I would ask that a portion of my earnings from Bassett Ballistics be put in your name, as I used to do with Lydia. I ask for a portion of my assets to be put in your name. You can find them when you reach Maryland. I am sorry if, my bullheadedness and stubbornness made things hard for you in any way, shape, or form. I do hope that when we do find happiness, wherever we do go, that I can take you away from abandon and I can give you hope that you need. I love you, and I hope for our future. Buford Bassett. There is another letter, just so we're...
You fucker.
I had to
You
write two.
motherfucker.
I had to write two because
No,
I don't
that's
have
fair.
enough time.
No,
Okay?
you're just twisting the knife.
There was another letter that had things gone the way that Buford had wanted originally at the very beginning of all of this. He doesn't give Lydia this letter because he has already seen the kind of savage, like the darkness that is Lydia Carlisle. Lydia Carlisle is not Lydia Bassett.
Mm-mm.
So there is another letter that resides in his pocket that does not get delivered to Lydia's family. But it reads as thus. My dearest Lydia, I have thought long and hard that you would be returning back home, but it seems as though I have done something to irk your ire and continue to have you gone from my view. I do not know what that is, but if it is to be true that you are leaving me, then I would just want to know. What can I do to bring you home? I've given you everything that you ever asked for, and the only thing that I think you have ever asked for that I could not provide is, well, because of my cowardice. Truthfully, I was cowardice when you asked to go into the West. I did not know what you wanted, but I understand now that the kind of life you wanted to lead, I could not give you. So I ask you very kindly to forgive me, and I will be approaching on Stagecoach within a week. I've been told by a couple of people that you have been doing some rather outlandish things to some of my trains, or I should say my daddy's trains.
Yes, dude.
But I am not at all upset about that. No, I wish to make amends and to figure out what is wrong. I'll never forget the way you smiled at me that first day. In the flower shop, at our wedding. I have been a coward most of my life, Lady May, but the one thing that I do know is that I am not cowardice about love. If you will forgive me, then I would love for you to take me back. And I would love
to start an adventure with you. Sincerely yours, always, Buford Bassett.
Oh,
You're a fucking asshole.
you're a fucking asshole.
Oh my god.
Well, there you go, y'all. That's
I
everything
hate
I
you
got.
so much.
I have a
Oh
question,
my
Jeremy. I have a
God.
question. I'm the only one with dice left, right? Or you? Do
Jason
you have
has one.
Jason Scott.
Jason has one.
Jason
Oh, okay.
has
Yes.
one,
Because
and I am-
Yeah,
Sarah
you should
went
have
first.
two.
I have
and then
two
Jason
left.
has
Jason
one.
has one left. Okay. So
Wow.
That was mean.
I'm sorry.
I guess
both of you so much.
my emotional dice, my white dice, is arriving at Cullen's house and seeing what has happened, and Temperance runs to me, and I hug her, and I imagine I give her a kiss, and then I look over and I see these two bodies over by like the oak, and I just kind of like, oh no, and I kind of go over there, and I see Johnny, bastard, and I see Cullen, and I just kind of fall to my knees, and I just like put my hand on his chest, and I shake my head, and I was like, I was too late. And I think that Annabelle, just her instinct is to rifle through his jacket, like his coat, and it's her brother, and this is terrible, but like that's like anytime she has found a dead body, which the Wild West is littered with them, she just goes through their shit and takes their money, and like that's how she's kind of made it, this instinct. And she just like goes through his jacket, and I think that maybe he's got a little bit of money, which she takes. And I think ultimately, like, just when she kind of like her hands fall back into her lap, she sees his badge, his sheriff badge, and she kind of like goes to take it, and then doesn't, and then just kind of like almost like tidies up his jacket and like kind of pats the sheriff badge, and kind of looks up into the leaves of this tree, and then looks over at the crosses and I imagine either through the grapevine or however she realizes that Cullen had a family and lost them. And then she just kind of like realizes that this is like poetically perfect, that this is where it happened. And she, having lost her hat, having sent it off with the girl that went into the desert, she does take Cullen's hat, and she puts it on her head, and she's like, I hope you don't mind, Cole. And she like puts it on, and then kind of stands up and kind of takes Johnny by the lapel of his jacket, and there's kind of an otherworldly strength right now in her because she's like enraged and grief stricken and all of it, and she hauls him over to another side of the yard, just away from her brother, away from this otherwise kind of perfect scene, and leaves him there just to fucking rot. And she goes through his pockets too, and comes upon his guns, and she sees that he has named his guns, like they're etched. And he's like, what a fucking prick. And just like, I imagine, like takes the guns and kind of goes back to Temperance. And that's my I don't know if it's my white or my black. Does that strike you guys as more of a white or a black die?
I feel like it's more of a white die, to be totally
Okay,
honest.
okay,
Yeah.
okay, okay.
Yeah, felt pretty emotional.
Sure. And then just kind of like crosses herself up as she's leaving that kind of rickety gate.
Okay. Jason.
Do you not have any more die left?
I don't. I had 3.
Oh,
It's
okay.
3.
Okay, that's
Yep.
right. Oh wow. I think maybe to your irritation, Annabelle, you see that Johnny looks almost completely at peace as you haul him over and rifle through his belongings. And I think kind of we go back to his dying thoughts. And I think, Lydia, it is actually the first time that he and you successfully robbed a train. And we are kind of counting the spoils, and I think maybe it's late at night, the moonlight is kind of shining over these tracks we have partially destroyed. And I think in this moment he remembers thinking that you have so much potential. You would make everything that he has done up until this point look ridiculous by comparison. But I think there's this like tiny little voice in the back of his head that whispers, but you might be just a little too soft for this. And
Ooh.
I think that is what stops him from saying all the things that he wanted to say to you in that moment, after seeing how you handled yourself during a very, exhilarating but also very dangerous experience. But I think that is his last thought, is that thought of you two sitting under the moonlight, just counting your ill-gotten gains, just happy, content, for the time being. And I think that is sort of the last moment that we see from him.
Okay. That brings
I
us
have
back
one dice
around
left.
to the last but not least, the last die of the game. Cari.
As I make my way back out the gate, and I just kind of like am shaking my head and like wiping my eyes. I'm like, still got any of that dynamite?
Yeah, I saved a couple of sticks.
And I think without her even asking, she is asking you for a stick of dynamite. And if you have it like with you in any way, like I would take it from you now.
Yeah, and I think maybe she definitely, as soon as you ask for it, like, do you have any dynamite left? I think I got a couple of sticks. She'd be actually rooting about in her petticoats, because when we were stripping the camp of anything, like, she pocketed a couple, and she would hand them to you right now.
And I think without another word, she kind of like walks back over to Johnny's body and like kind of jams it underneath and just marches back to you. Again, no words are exchanged. She just hops back up onto Zeus and then like extends a hand to you to help you up.
And she takes it gets up behind you on the horse.
And then she just like clicks for Zeus to go and like spurs him, and he takes off. And as he's taking off, she, with her gleaming pistol, shoots the stick of dynamite, and fucking Johnny becomes confetti. And I think they ride hard for a while, and Temperance, every so often, because I imagine you're sitting behind Annabelle, you see her like reach up and wipe her eyes. And eventually, and you ride hard for a couple hours. And then when you finally slow down to give Zeus some rest and to just breathe, you realize you've been going towards the hills. And she's like, ever tell you my family has a silver mine?
Yeah, you did a couple of times.
And I think just the tiniest smile meets Annabelle's mouth. And the sun is setting perfectly right now. And I think that's, yeah, go ahead.
I think as the sun's setting, as the camera's fading away, we just hear Temperance's voice. I love you, Annabelle.
I love you too, Tampy. And that is the end.
The end. Roll credits.
Roll. God damn. So good.
Oh, jeez.
Well done, everyone. Well done.
Wow. Wow.
My
As
tummy
usual, I
hurts.
feel like I need a
Game.
cigarette.
Mhm.
God
I
damn.
love
My
this
tummy
game
hurts.
so much.
I need a real cigarette. My head hurts. I love all of you. Thank you for putting me through this.
Wow, this was a
is
delight.
So much fun.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Fucking
Jeez
lootly. My
Louises.
God, I love this
Also,
game
I need
so
therapy.
much.
Clearly.
So
Clearly.
We need to do this more often. This was a delight.
We really
Absolutely.
do. We need to do all of these different play sets.
I would.
That'd be dope.
agree.
Look,
There's so
it's
many good
if
ones.
it's possible, like I'm
I
down
hope-
for every couple months.
I hope
Yeah.
Annabelle Living didn't seem cheap. I did want to lean into the actual like awesome ending that I was given
Yeah.
by the
Fair.
playset.
Yeah.
No,
No,
yeah,
makes sense.
that was
Yeah.
perfect.
I think so.
That was
Mhm.
honestly when I saw that I was like, how the fuck? And my
You-
first thought was, well, I guess it maybe wasn't Annabelle. And then Karen's like, hey, I have an idea. What if it wasn't Annabelle?
Yeah, absolutely.
to swap it out.
Absolutely. We already established that there's a massive doppelganger population
Yeah,
in and around
correct.
London.
Yeah.
Good grief.
Johnny had
Dagger
one.
animation.
Right?
Lydia had one.
A
So
lot of brothel goers that are like, yeah, I'll take money to go be
Yeah,
a
sure.
something. Yeah,
yeah, you kind of look like
Dollars
me.
is a
Has
lot
bad-
to somebody in
People
a
are
bandit.
desperate.
Everybody has bad eyesight because they can't quite tell who
a bunch of Mr. Magoo's in that.
It's
Everything
so
happens
bright out
at,
here.
like-
We're all squinted from the
Yeah,
sun.
everything happens either in the dead of night, in high noon, or at twilight. So
I was
you
gonna
know,
say,
not
our
really
eyes are also
great.
really dry from all of the sandstorm.
Exactly.
Right.
Yes. Ain't nobody
bunch
can
of us
see
looking
shit.
like Gilbert Godfrey's over here.
Who are
Who
you?
are you and where did
Incredible.
you come from? How are you here?
Dude, amazing. Amazing.
Okay.
Oh, awesome.
Um,
So great, guys.
Yeah, I'm gonna pass things over to the players so that they can give any kind of parting words that they want to give, and then we're gonna put a bow on this one and put it to bed. All right. So Sarah, for the last time, lead us off first.
Fuck. Hi, Sara, AlicexAnn. You can find me on the socials there. Mini terrain domain every other Tuesday for Sky Metal Iron Gods with my buddy Where Am I Kaeryn over here. Yeah. This was fantastic. I did not expect that ending. That ending threw my ass for a loop. Jesus
Yup.
Christ. It was so good though, but like Chad's last thing, oh my, I don't think I've cried that hard for a game since our Clue
last game.
Since our Clue game. Oh my god. That was so good, dude. Everybody did a fantastic job. I mean,
did it.
Jason's end scene where his last thoughts were of Lydia, which was, I love how we did that. That was fantastic. And then Kaeryn and Kaeryn, I am so glad you two rode off into the sunset.
We had to ride off into the sunset. Every Western ends that way.
I loved
true.
it.
It's true.
Y'all are awesome. I love Jeremy. I love this channel. People who don't follow should follow because this is great.
Mm-hmm.
Well put, Sarah. Thank you. And yeah, I could not agree more. Fiasco, it surprises every single time how
Yep.
how fucked everything gets, and how at the end it somehow still kind of all makes sense.
hmm
It's so good at creating these intense scenes that are really fraught with like the worst kinds of people. Who sometimes get what they deserve and sometimes don't. So.
Correct.
But it's so good about that. All right, next up is Kaeryn.
Oh, that was so good. I am so happy to have played this game with all of y'all. Well, I'm Myth and Gears, and you can find me here, and you can find me on Mini Terrain Domain. We're all back, so come on over all the time. That said, oh, my words is just, Chad, I'm so sorry. Oh. I love you, Chad. That
Listen,
was awesome.
we don't,
The
we
letter,
don't apologize here in Fiasco land, okay? You don't
True dat.
apologize. You
No
just
apologies
that.
in
hit and
Fiasco.
go.
the letters, both of them were so heavy. Oh,
Dude.
it was so good. Thank you so much, all of you, for being so great. And I agree. We need to play every couple months or so and
Yes.
do a
Oh,
Fiasco
show.
game.
Hell yeah. I am definitely down for more Fiasco. It's like I said, it's just always so unique and so fun, and there's so many good play sets. I have a ton of them. I think I have over 100 of them saved,
Oh, wow.
and so I'm very eager to try some out. It's just such a great fit for the different kinds of genres of storytelling that all kind of end up in really, really twisted, unexpected ways. So, yeah, I would definitely be down. Next up, we've got Chad.
Wow, y'all. Okay, so this second half did not go any way that I thought it would. Gonna be completely honest. I had like dreams of this game before we started playing, and I was like, oh yeah, we're gonna have like a cool train robbery like level thing and like some cool. I'm like, nah, never mind. All gone. Um so, but for what happened, y'all, every scene was fantastic. I loved every person, and everybody knows how to play the heartstrings with everything. Like I was crying over here. I was rooting for people, and then I was like, nah, if he lives or if she lives or whatever, I was like, nope, that's not gonna happen. You can't have that happen. But this, I love Fiasco so much because no matter what, I've played this setting like 2 or 3 times now, and every time I play Boomtown, it's a different ride, and this was a much different ride than the other one. So to everybody, thank you so much for being wonderful players. As always, I love all of you. You are my family by proxy. And for those of you who don't know who I am, my name is Chad. I play on this channel and on MTUD on Thursdays for Kids on Bikes. Otherwise, you can find me roaming around the internets on random channels whenever I get invited. But primarily here in MTD. Yeah. Anywho, that's been my spiel. Fiasco is such a fan favorite for me, and I need it in my life. And Jeremy, every time you run it, bro, like I need it in my life. Just inject it in my veins now. So when are we getting the next one signed up? Let's do it. Let's go. I'll do it. I'll run it back next week. Let's rock.
Let's do this.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck yes. Yeah, man, I don't know. Like, it doesn't. The nice thing is I don't have to do the same level of prep that I do for most of my other games, and I get to play instead of having to run the game, which is always a really nice change of pace. So they're definitely a lot easier to set up. So I think that there may just be some more Fiasco in the near future. All right, next up is Cari.
Hi, I'm Cari. This was great. And terrible, of course, as all games of Fiasco are. I found myself thinking this morning, like, is it going to be like an irony, like the good people make it, and it's like the whole, because there was like the whole like the good and gentle people don't make it in this world or whatever. Is it going to be like an irony thing, or is it going to be like a literally thing and the good people don't make it? It was perfect, and that's the funny, like with Fiasco, it all goes belly up and it's all just an explosion of whatever the hell, but it always at the end feels like it was supposed to happen that way. It feels like, and that's the way this one felt. And so I'm very happy. Obviously, I'm super happy I lived. But it's all that good stuff. But it was perfect. As far as where else you can find me, I am also over on Mini Terrain Domain. I play on Monday nights. We play some Pathfinder 2e, and I play with Kaeryn. who is amazing. And then on Thursday nights, we play Kids on Bikes with Jeremy and Chad, who I just died over there too. So, you know, it's just all kinds of death. So yeah, honestly, if I had died in this one, I don't know if I could have taken it. So it's a damn good thing I ended up living. So that's yeah, it's all good in the hood. But no, Jeremy, thank you so much for yeah, I know technically you're not GMing, but for hosting at the very least, and for pulling this crew together. This was an awesome bunch to play with. So thank you very much.
Yeah, absolutely my pleasure. I love getting a group together that has great table chemistry. And I was pretty damn sure that this group was not going to be any exception to that. So I was glad to be proven right in that regard. So it is absolutely my pleasure to put this kind of a game on here on the channel. All right. Last but certainly not least, we have Jason.
Hello. I'm Jason Osorio. I was Johnny Valda. Now he's dead. And honestly, probably better for everyone.
Real quick, I gotta point out,
What?
Jason is a super good dude. Like,
Oh yeah,
like
true.
Absolutely.
Hardcore.
In case you just happen to join us halfway through, and it's really hard to separate, Jason's a good guy, man.
Absolutely.
He's a good guy.
I definitely don't murder people.
No.
Yeah, you know,
Straight
it's kind of interesting because this game felt like it kind of straddled the line between like the Wild West like archetypes and something that is more authentically like, yeah, this is what life would have been like for these people out in the middle of bumfuck nowhere Nevada. You know what I mean? Like, it's violent, it's vicious. People aren't necessarily who they say they are. I think it straddled the line really well, and I think that's by virtue, of course, of all these amazing players that I had the privilege to play with, as well as the Fiasco system itself. And as always, thank you so much, Jeremy, for having me on the Erasmus Expeditions. It's always a treat. I'm very much looking forward to, I don't think it's next weekend or next week or the week after. I think it's the final week of August, maybe, the last Ironclad Covenant game. I think it's the 29th.
2 weeks from this past Friday.
Okay, got it. Sounds like a plan. So yeah, definitely check us out then, because that is also a very fun game with some also very skilled and wonderful players. But yeah, this is fantastic. Great first experience with Fiasco for me. So thank you all so much.
So glad that I could introduce you to this game, or that we, more appropriately, could introduce you to this game. It's something I've kind of tried to champion as loud as I could in the circles that I run in, because I think it's a game that, again, people who enjoy heavy role playing, it's the perfect game experience, in my opinion. So yeah, I'm very happy to hear that you enjoyed it, and obviously you did a tremendous job, as I knew you would, all of you. Again, I have the luxury of getting to say this at the end of pretty much every single one of my games, but it's a joy to play with people who are fantastic people. There are wonderful human beings in real life, and they can play such awful characters that you love to hate. You love every time a scene with them comes around, to see what they're going to do and how they're going to behave and how their relationships with other people are going to work out. It makes a game like this so rich and so deep and complex, that I think it is really the reason, the secret sauce, if you will, as to why Fiasco ends up being so good. It's a train wreck, yes, but there's so much emotionality involved. There's so much complexity involved to the way that things play out that it makes it very, very, very intriguing. And again, with none of it planned ahead of time, it's exhilarating as a player to kind of watch it all happen one sentence at a time. And people just kind of build on each other and say, oh, and this, oh, and this, and it's a very collaborative experience. And as a creative, that's it's energizing. It just gets my brain buzzing, and I'm so pleased with the way that this turned out. So, thank you for all of you agreeing to play in this game. I'm sure that we will see you around here on the channel again. In fact, Ironclad Covenant, like Jason mentioned, is happening in just a couple weeks. Tuesday we have Thunder Ridge, which is our ongoing Caldera campaign, which you'll see Chad along with a few other fantastic folks there as well. And yeah, we've got a couple of other things in the pipe. Coming in October, we will be celebrating the 10th year of this channel. So there will be an event that is going on here on the channel. We're going to hold an online game convention to celebrate that. I have a meeting this coming Wednesday with the production team. So I'm very much looking forward to bringing that to all of you for your entertainment. So yeah. What else? If you enjoyed Fiasco, I highly recommend going and picking yourself up a copy. Fiasco Classic is, I believe, what it is called now. It is a really, really great game. It's fantastic at what it does. So if you want that kind of experience, I highly recommend that you go pick yourself up a copy. If you enjoyed what you saw here on the channel and you want to see more like it, then please do all the stuff that the algorithm likes to see. Hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, share the link around, leave a comment, talk about it with people from your gaming group, introduce them to Fiasco. You can use this game as an example if you'd like. It really helps the channel out, and it makes it feel worthwhile beyond just the fun and entertainment that we give ourselves here. So it means a lot to me that people come to this channel and find something to take away from it, whether a new system to try or new ways to try to play the games they're already playing, or just entertainment, laughs. It makes me very happy that people find something here. So thank you for spending some of your time with us. Remember that kindness is a free action. It costs you absolutely nothing to be kind to someone, and it can make all of the difference in the world. You have no idea how much it could mean to someone when you're kind to them. And the world needs a lot of kindness right now to counteract the amount of bullshit that's going on. So go out, change the world, be kind. Unless they're Nazi. Fuck them. I think that's about it. So we're going to go ahead and get out of here, ride off into the sunset ourselves. So until next time, may your dice roll high and your snacks always be within reach.